Camera, sound, marker, and action. Welcome to Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. My name is Miku, and today we get back on the Limbus on our first playthrough of Limbus Company. On the road to Canto 7, where we will be finishing Intervallo 4. Intervallo 4. Intervallo 4. Oh no. Okay. So let me get out of the way and turn down the lights again. They said so. Incredible. I loved the Heart and Stone DLC. And I liked what they played. I liked what I played off Blood and Wine, but I didn't want The Witcher 3 to end, so I never finished it. I didn't even get too far. I was like, I love Witcher 3 too much. I can't even imagine it ending, but it's gonna happen. So lots of great games on the horizon. Lots of great stories to experience. I'm looking forward to that. And Limbus among them. I almost changed it to enkephalin modules. No, we will need liquid enkephalin. So, this is a thing which we will do now. Extract 10. Unfortunately, as Vano said, it is random. But I will borrow your luck. Seriously, just one? No! It's a copy of Otaku Ishmael. Okay, is this one worth it, chat? Is this worth it? To all the sleepers outage out there. Is this new manager's onboarding pack worth it? For the guaranteed Deca extraction ticket. Guaranteed Deca extraction ticket. So that means if I pull on the latest banner. Random guaranteed. So even if I pull on this, what? That doesn't seem like it's worth it. It doesn't seem like it's worth it. So isn't there a rate up? Isn't this a rate up banner? The hell? Let's do 20 more pulls, chat. My luck is better off stream. Boo! 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 I hate this game. Boo! How am I close to sharding it? 100 each. Okay, we can shard one of them. We can shard one of them. 19,000 deals. 19,000 lunacy. Okay. I'm a gambler. I'm a gambler. We're gonna do 50 more pulls, chat. Yo, we got a gold. We got a gold. Walpurgish. I just want the Sword of Spiders, man. I think I'm just gonna focus on that. I'm not gonna pull anything else. Okay, to this game's oh, we got Ryoshu. To this game's credit, It really actually is quite generous. And you can just buy the... You can just get shards and then get them there. But yeah, as a visual novel, Dodo, actually, this is some of the best. It's an incredible story. As a visual novel, I really love it. Welcome in, Hermie. And the ads are coming. So it's a rate up if we do this. We have another gold. Yo, we got Heathcliff. Okay, I can just shard Rodia. Catherine taught him the sword fighting style? Huh. Nice, nice. Then we just shard Rodia next week. Alright, we're good. That's not my Heathcliff. It doesn't look like an orange cat. Is your cat named Heathcliff? Your cat is named Heathcliff? Welcome back from the ad break, Hermie. I don't have a cat. You got my hopes up there. Wait, there's an orange cat named Heathcliff? I only know of Garfield. Who the heck is Heathcliff? Who the heck is Heathcliff? I just know of Garfield. Welcome back from the ad break, Hermie. Alright, but thank you again to everyone who joined us for the Chronos session. I thought it would take much longer, but it was just one boss fight. A pretty satisfactory conclusion. I would look forward to a sequel. And I look forward to the Star Trek game, even though I didn't grow up with Star Trek. That looked intriguing. The teaser for the next game from Bloober Team. Survival horror Star Trek. Let's go. I like that. I like that. I had to look that up too. First video is titled Heathcliff versus Garfield, the real battle of the orange cats. I miss my orange cat. My orange cat was named Maple, but he passed. I DM'd you? Oh, okay. I vaguely remember this. I vaguely remember this. But I don't think this ever appeared on our television. This, for some reason, is familiar to me. The leather jacket? Nah. It is Garfield for me. I grew up with Garfield. I didn't have the game up, so I was just speaking on black. I'm such an idiot, of all things to remember. Frickin'. The game wasn't even up. The game wasn't even up. I was pulling blind. Oh, no, it was. It was main monitor. Okay, never mind. Never mind. False alarm. It was? Yeah. It was not on game capture. It was on main monitor. So I fixed that. This too is a mirror world. Garfield or Heathcliff? A familiar siren. What was this? Walpurgish Nacht. Right. I think we can conclude our consultation session here. I've been holding regular consultations with the sinners for a while now. My session with Heathcliff ended earlier than I'd expected. So, what are you writing in that notebook?
이거? 그냥 뭐라도 적어두면 나중에 기억하기 편하지 않을까 싶어서.
Heathcliff's been holding that notebook in his hands ever since this mission started. It didn't seem like he was making a full record of our entire conversation. It was more like he was writing things down if they seemed worthy of remembering. It's good to take notes. Are you writing about Catherine?
그런 것도 있고.
His expression becomes inscrutably complex upon hearing her name. He breathes in a lungful of air and lets out a deep sigh. He smiles awkwardly before sliding his notebook across the desk in my direction. I take a quick glance at the pages. Its contents are as disorganized and chaotic as his handwriting. But. I also notice that several of those disorganized notes are records of his memories with Catherine, scribbled next to notes of significant moments in our journey. Records of memories he doesn't want to lose.
뭐 별거 없어. 아무튼 끝났으면 간다.
Heathcliff takes a notebook and leaves the room. I catch a glimpse of his bitter expression as he steps through the doorway. It isn't long before Rhodia practically bursts through the door. It's so appropriate that they're the current banner characters now, and we're consulting them right now.
키스가 나가는 거 보고 바로 들어왔는데 일찍 끝났네?
Yeah, we didn't really talk about much.
뭔지는 모르겠지만 요즘 들어 히스가 얌전해진 것 같네.
Well, I'm not complaining. Why don't you take a seat, Rhodia? Rhodia hummed cheerfully as she sat down. She really didn't seem too different from her usual self. Our consultations usually consisted of some minor chit-chat and watching her munch on some snacks. But, hey, so... I think there's something we have to talk about today.
뭔데 그렇게 분위기를 잡고 그래?
Do you remember what you asked me when we were dealing with the case of time killing time, Rhodia?
내가 무슨
Right, we were also dealing with timey-wimey stuff. I don't know, what did I say? A lot. Dawn blurry. Rhodia carefully looks away, her fingers fiddling with the snacks prepared for these consultations. I'm starting to grow uncertain whether this is a good time to bring this up when she's still so obviously evasive about it. I really don't want the mood to get as frosty as it did during the investigation. But this overly chipper, chatty attitude is just a bandage haphazardly pulled over a scar that it still hurts, isn't it? I sit there, looking at Rhodia and her fabricated smile. I have to ask. Yeah, this is exactly what these consultations are for. What better time to do this than now? I'm talking about the time you asked me about Sonia. About what would have happened if you... The alarm had to choose this precise moment when I finally gathered enough courage to bring this up to go off. Huh. Wait, that was... I reflexively get to my feet at the blaring alarm. A few seconds later, I hear someone tapping on the bus PA system. And not long after that, a brief buzz plays from the speaker installed in my room.
운전석에서 전파한다. 버스 내 휴식 중인 전 인원 복도로 집합한다. 다시 한번 알린다. 버스 내 휴식 중인
운전석은 카론 자리야.
잡아당기지 마라. 지금 중요 사안을 전파 중이다.
자꾸 카론과 메피 사이에
Look at the way between Karen and Meppy. Virgilio says deep sigh was the last thing we heard from the bus's PA system before Karen and Oda's bitter squabble came to an abrupt end.
어머, 아까 알람도 그렇고 또 뒷문에 새로운 게 생긴 모양이네.
Let's see. I'm gonna guess that this one's for a refraction railway.
그런 거라면 좀 싫다. 거기 들어가면 너무 힘들다고.
I never tried them. Rodia grumbles for a moment before rising from her seat. Kinda seems like she's trying to smoothly maneuver away from answering my question.
왜 멀뚱멀뚱 서 있어, 단테? 안 나가려고?
Yeah, I'm coming. I leave my empty consultation notes behind and follow Roddy out to the hallway. Out to a very crowded hallway. The murmur rises and rises. The sinners were each sharing their ideas as to what this might alarm for.
순서상으로
What this alarm might be for.
굴절 철도겠죠?
높은 확률로 다음 번호인 4호선이겠구만. 아휴, 또 고생긴 하겠어.
모두 정숙해라. 관리자님께서 오셨다. 한 발 앞서 인원을 소집해 두었습니다.
Thanks.
오셨나요, 단테?
I heard the radio. Is it a refraction railway this time?
네. 정확히는 거울 굴절 철도죠.
The fourth line of the refraction
이제
railway.
슬슬 이것도 익숙해졌나 봐.
도원안치.
With the waggy.
도시.
Whoa! This a hearkening at Unbelievable.
도대체
When the hell everyone's trying to translate.
도대체 언제 안으로 갈 것인지 묻는 것 같소.
정확히는 도대체 언제 안으로 진입할
When the
건지
hell are we
궁금하신 것
going
같아요.
in? Ryoshu, who had been listening with a knitted brow as each sinner hazarded their guesses, appeared to have finally found peace. Sinclair was right on the money, as always. Hey, at least Gregor and Isang got half of that right too. The bus alarms were the only things growing increasingly familiar to us. The sinners were really getting to know one another as well. Welcome in, Heathcliff. Heathcliff himself, the apprentice. Let's go check it out right now.
그럼
Welcome to the table.
문을 열겠네.
The door opens with a creak and a bright blue light fills my vision. The blue ambiance almost seems to drop the temperature of the entire room. Another railway line completely different from line 3 in its orange hue.
관리자나리, 이것 좀 보시오. 커튼에 가면까지 완전 파리 분위기잖소.
Another party. Masks. I followed Don Quixote, who had run off on her own again, with my eyes. It was as she said, the walls were lined with various masks, each wearing different expressions. Do you know where I can find the headquarters of L Corp? You are... we were never told where the headquarters are. It's on a need-to-know basis, and we don't need to know. I wonder if this has something to do with with the theme of enemies we're about to meet here. Don't worry about it, Heathcliff. You know, we don't need to know.
여기 좀 와보게나. 오티스 나리와 똑 닮은 사람이 있다네.
Lady Otis.
뭐?
There was urgency in her voice. I quickly ran to where Don Quixote was with the other sinners in tow. And there she was, an exact copy of Otis standing before us. What is up with today and copies and clones and time travel? Time killing time. Why do you need it? They are known for taking L's. You're not wrong, but don't let them hear you that. Don't let them hear you say that. Why does your tracking keep disappearing? It's a camera, I think. Testing. Okay.
세상에 진짜잖아.
환상체 미끼.
What is happening is we're having a great time. For now.
야 꼬맹이, 재수 없는 소리 하지 마라.
On the way to Kanto 7.
씨와 다르게 말도 하지 않고 훨씬 어두운 걸요? 우와, 이쪽에는 저랑 똑같이 생긴 분도 있네요.
Hong Lu stood next to a humanoid shape that mimicked every move he made. Mimicked? When he raised his hands, the shape raised its hands. When he closed his eyes, the shape closed its eyes. Right, almost like a shadow with the darkness in its mimicry. If you think about it, Heathcliff, we are a mirror world. You're looking into a mirror world right now through your device. What does LCB mean? Limbus Company Bus. Or losers can ball. I don't know. Wait, that looks like one of Hong Lu's identities. I noticed 3 more humanoid shadows standing nearby. What on earth is going on? You fell through a crack in
환상체라면 그나마
space?
다행이지만 혹시라도 모종의 이유로 복제된 인간이라면
Welcome to our crack in time and space. Time and space can be messy. I hope you find your way soon. But while you're here, I hope you enjoy your stay.
관리자님, 한시라도 빨리 저것들을 제거해야 합니다. 지금 당장 전투 명령을.
Give me a sec. I'll ask Faust
빠르게
first if
판단하셔야 합니다. 만약 복제된 것이 맞다면 머리가
the head will what? This isn't the first time she's asked to make a decision like this, but she's never been this serious or adamant about it before. Isang noticed the tension and quickly stepped in between the two of us.
파우스트야, 설명을 부탁할 수 있겠는가?
네. 해당 개체는 복제 인간이 아닙니다. 따라서 이대로 일주일이 지난다고 해도 머리가 나서는 일은 없습니다.
Oh, the head deals with clones. Faust nodded sagely as though she had learned something new before looking in my direction. So cloning is illegal. Right. She probably wants me to explain what this is. I quickly blurted out the first thing that came to my mind. You're gonna use the back door. Don't cross the barrier, Heathcliff. Just don't cross the barrier, okay? Don't go to the... Just don't. Or we'll never find you again. Don't cross the barrier. That one feels like a Pekatulum. I wasn't completely sure, but that's the feeling I've so grown used to sensing whenever we encounter the Pekatula.
죄종.
폭루 씨를 무작정 따라하는 걸 보면 자아도 희미한 것 같네요. 외관도 좀 다르고요.
잠시 진정하시게, 오티스 양. 흥분이 과해진 것 같소.
Otis bows, embarrassment apparent, but her head cleared with relief.
죄송합니다. 관리자님 앞에서 이런 주태를.
Clearly, I still have a lot to learn about the sinners. Every instance of these moments seems to unveil something new. I was trying to get a better read on Otis' expression when Heathcliff suddenly asked a question out loud.
그런데 죄종이라는 건 좀 더 괴물처럼
It's
생기지
like
않았었냐?
monsters in it.
뒤틀림도 죄종도 외관과 같은 기존의 상식으로 대해서는 안 됩니다.
그런데 저희가 상대할 수 있는 수준의 죄종이겠죠?
아, 확실히. 저택에서처럼 몰려오거나 베르길리우스 씨를 복제하면 곤란한데요.
Oh, yeah.
이때까지의 굴절 철도를 생각하면 이길 수 없는 상대를 마주할 일은 없을 것이라 생각하오. 그저 그 과정이 고될 뿐.
질투 죄종이라고 파우스트는 알고 있습니다. 이때까지의 죄종을 생각하면 전투가 성립하지 않을 만큼 전력의 차이가 있지 않을 겁니다.
So the railway is aware of our power level
죄종을
and will
정확한
give a
등급으로 비교하고 있지
challenge.
않으니 스스로 판단할 수 있는 정보가 적어졌다.
그러고 보니 죄종과 뒤틀림의 위험 등급 조정은 어떻게 되고 있나요?
LCD 부서에서 아직 완료되진 않았지만 진척이 꽤 되었다고 전달받았습니다. 정확한 일정은 정해지면 들을 수 있을 테죠.
Project Moon's working on it.
정말
Trust.
다행이네요. 그런데 죄종분들이 갑자기 도망가시는데요?
No two copies of the same person can exist at the same time for more than a week. Or the head will get you. I personally think that she likely had some secret she didn't want her clone to spill. I don't know that for sure, it's not a spoiler. That's a good speculation, yeah. That's possible, to silence the clone, but I wouldn't... I don't know, I feel... For some reason I trust the sinners. What's in the past stays in the past. Like, what secrets could be so damning for Otis? Maybe embarrassment, maybe? She doesn't want that to come out. You know, she wants to be the best soldier. Shadow, welcome in! Long time no see. I see you're streaming World of Warcraft recently. How's that going? How's the Raiden? How are you doing? Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. We're testing out the new setup today. I'm just having issues with the camera placement, but the tracking is so much better. Good rate is good. Glad to hear. Tracking seems on point. I'm glad. But we just kind of lose it. Like when I move this way. So it defaults to falling asleep. So like I said earlier, it's like I have narcolepsy. I just go like, so chat, how are we doing? How are y'all doing today? I just fall asleep randomly. No, but glad to see you, Shadow. We're just going through some visual novel parts of this Limbus company. I love the story so far, and I'm glad to hear the rating's going good. Hope the dogs are well, the rating's good, and everything's fine. If you're watching this morning, good morning to you. Thank you for being here. It's in Korean though, so looks like the Pekatula are running away all of a sudden. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. As we stood there talking to one another, a Pekatulum that resembles Hong Lu suddenly shoved him to the side and began sprinting elsewhere. What is up with these?
그거 그냥 보고만 있으면 어떡하냐?
What the hell, mate? Heathcliff also sprinted after the figure, but he soon came to a sudden stop before starting to slowly back away.
이런 미친.
He's so English. A subway train slides into the platform with a loud horn. Past the windows, I see a subway car filled to the brim with purple shadows. Shadows in the shape of the sinners.
저게 도대체 몇 명이야? 저랑 똑같이 생긴 사람을 세 명은
3 shadows? Well, don't worry, we're not even gonna go to this railway. That ridiculous sight was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks, allowing the Pekatulun to board the subway car. And the door is shut behind him.
이번 굴절 철도는
Speaking of Sinclair,
유난히 심상치 않구려.
Marco Meatball recently woke up the sleeper agents. Marco Meatball, a former professional opera singer, now content creator, streamer, found through Wither Waves, but he does music analysis, and he just stirred up the entire sleeper agent population. Every single comment is like glory to Limbus company. He recently made a video analyzing the music and songs from this game, so check that out. Check out I didn't look at it because of spoilers. I think he takes songs from Canto 9, I think. I don't know. But I didn't watch it because of spoilers. But if you're interested in his insights into the music of Limbus, why do I keep confusing it? Limbus Company. Check it out. Check out his latest video. Wanted to breathe some fresh air while listening on the phone, but apparently Chernobyl forest burns again. Likely it won't hurt, but just in case, gonna go back home. Ooh, protect your lungs. The forest fire? Damn. But welcome back, Vanwa. Stay safe. I sense aught in the way of disquietude from this refraction railway.
어? 저쪽에서 한 대 더 오는데.
As soon as a subway train carrying the Pekatula leave the station, a new one begins to roll in. To my relief, this one doesn't look like it's packed to the brim with shadow people. How do I drink without losing tracking? But what is that? There are curtains and masks? I don't remember seeing anything like that on the last railways we challenged.
시시한 예술이군.
아까는 당황해서 제대로 못 봤는데 전철이 꽤 화려하게 꾸며져 있지 않아?
그러게요. 장식품이 주렁주렁 달려 있네요.
Just as the sinners were gawking at the ostentatiousness that was this train, something bursts forth from the train car door.
뭐라? 이거 카펫이죠?
A carpet? It's like something's inviting us in there.
썩 달갑지 않은 초대구려.
I agreed with Isang. This isn't an invitation I'm happy to jump at, but I'm sure we'll face even worse things in our journey. I'll take every chance we get to strengthen the sinners. Let's go. I took my first steps onto the carpet and boarded the subway train. It was the refraction railway in NTE. I just realized. Literally refraction railway. I think it's also named the same thing in NTE. Refraction railway, and it's the same thing. You also get on board, it drops you off, you beat shit up, you get XP and rewards. So that's line 1, line 6. And we can't even get to it because we have to clear Canto 8 and 9. It's like, what the hell? Welcome in, Sour Axolotl. What's on Refraction Railway? Hell. Literal hell. Thankfully, we don't have to experience it. We forge on! I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this murder mystery time. Do, 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 do. Murder on the Express. Yeah. Okay. Murder on the Warp Express, everyone. Put on your detective hats. We're going in. First class. I hate the dragon. I love dragons, but not when they're giving us trouble. For some reason, I was thinking of Rainbow Six Siege for a second when you mentioned R6, but good luck out there, Axolotl. Them dragons be dangerous. Right, chat, let's begin. Alright. How did this happen? First, we boarded the warp train to get to our next destination, P-Corp. Got into our fancy first-class flash freeze hibernation capsules and... Oh, that's how they solve it. Oh. I lost tracking again. Oh. I get it now. So we're just supposed to sleep and then wake up at our destination. I see. But that's first class. I can't imagine how economy is like. Do you wake up, what, 50 years into the journey or something? And they have to wait 50 years more? Jesus Christ. Got into our fancy first class flash freeze hibernation capsules and we were supposed to arrive at P-Corp after a quick blink of an eye. But the biggest of buts.
제대로 듣고 계신 건가요? 지금
The first thing I saw when my vision returned was the perplexed look on Faust, who had entered hibernation at the same time as I did. Then I realized that we woke up mid-transit on the warp train, which could only mean that we're now stranded in some lost, unknown dimension?
단테 혼란스럽겠지만
What? Welcome in, Project. What the hell happened? First things first, I'm reserving judgment on W Corp. I feel like only first class people get to hibernate for the whole journey. But waking up in the middle of it's terrifying. Let's rewind and return to the very start of this highly unfavorable situation we find ourselves in. Only 50? The journey is in 10, 100, 100, 10,000. It's much, much longer than you think. Ain't no way. Cryo sleep for hundreds of thousands of years? Jeez. A few days ago.
다음 행선지는 워프 열차입니다. 단테.
What? Yep, that's where it all started. 2 millennium? There I was, still perplexed by the incidents at T-Corp, with my awful idea of clearing the air by asking Virgilius for our next destination, not knowing the storm that my innocent question would bring. Are you excited, Don?
맞게 들었을 텐데, 돈 키호테. 너희들은 지금부터 T사의 워프 열차 승강장으로 간다.
3 even?
워프 열차의 승강장에 무언가 문제가 있는 것이로군.
Some conundrum that must be resolved is there.
아마도 우리의 임무 아니겠는가?
Thank you for the follow, Axolotl. Welcome to the table. And thank you for the follow. Woo Woo 3A project. That warp train, must have some conundrum that must be resolved there indeed. A quest that must be swiftly addressed at the station, yes?
워프 열차 승강장에 또 뒤틀림이라도 나타났나?
There was a murder on the Warp Express.
거리를 하는 데에 제법 거리낌이 없게 되었군. 하지만 그것도 아니다. P사로 이동하기 위해 워프 열차에 직접 탑승한다. 문자 그대로 받아들이면 될 일이지.
But it was only natural that the sinners immediately fell into a state of collective dumbfounded shock. None of the sinners have any history of working at W Corp, but we have notes about warp trains. We're actually taking that train? Despite what the mirror world identities tell us about it, through what vague information we could gather from the identities, we all had some fragmentary knowledge about the terrible secrets of the warp train's operations. I initially considered hiding this information from the rest of the sinners, but since sharing things with everyone and letting them get their 2 cents and usually ended up being pretty helpful, I've been sharing more of these as of late. Oh, ignorance is bliss.
기억은 흐릿하다 못해 없는 수준이나.
관리자와 인격의 대화록을 보았을 때 워프 열차의 원리가 다소 비효율적이고 기이하다는 부분은 확실했다.
Bizarre and inefficient.
아, 10초 만에 도착하는 게 아니라 사실은 엄청 오래 운행한 뒤에 승객분들의 기억을 전부 없애는 거랬죠?
It's that 10-second trip that actually takes a long time. Ignorance is bliss, friends. Ignorance is bliss. More people have to have this as a constant reminder. Oh yeah, that's yeah. That's why we have it up there, because I do like talk to myself a lot. Like, oh, do warp trains really work like this? Rhetorical question, but then I'll get answers and like, oh well, that's spoiled. But thank you for following the reminder and keeping things vague and protecting us from spoilers. I appreciate it. Right, and when the train reaches the destination, they just wipe the passengers' member. Okay, so first class gets to sleep for 3 millennia, but economy has to suffer through it and then rely on a mind wipe after. Why the hell is this in operation still? What the hell? I'm not even surprised. It's the city. It's a corp.
탑승객끼리 서로를 찍고 부순다고 했던 것 같은데요. 지루함을 이기지 못해서.
What?
오랜만에 걸작품을 들여다볼 수 있겠군.
No, you'll be sleeping. Even when the sinners wear the identities through my identity cards, the identities, memories, or beliefs don't bleed into them once it's over and done with. How do they avoid the bleed effect? I remember when Faust explained that, due to the risks associated with embracing such influences, there was a filtering process to intentionally block them from reaching the sinners. Okay, that's good. But if you still retain some of their memories... No, Isang said a vague impression, so maybe not like distinct memories. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. Hey, there has to be a clear break. Because, you know, even in tabletop RPGs, for example, and acting, method acting, role-playing, there is a danger for actual bleed effect. Especially when you theorize a lot and then someone comes by, yeah, you're right, it's revealed in count to 232. The unlocking where Dante says it's locking time. Lots all over the place. Now, if it's already been mentioned though, like, oh, even then, that's why we use our safe word. Sometimes I'm just not paying attention or sometimes I just don't get it. But even then, sometimes it's fun when like I don't remember and then I just learn about it later on. Anyway, why is it an operation? Simple, because it's either that or driving for a week straight with the risk of getting jumped. True. What would you rather have? Would you rather resort to these measures of memory wiping or hibernation, cryostasis, or get jumped in the back streets? I'm honestly not sure now. No, I would take the back streets. I would drive if I couldn't afford a first class ticket. If we get cryostasis in first class, I'll be okay with taking the warp train, I think. But obviously the story is about waking up in cryo sleep. But, you know, ideally, if I can afford first class cryostasis, I would take the warp train. But other than that, no, I do not want to suffer 3 millennium. I would rather drive and protect myself. That's why the sinners could use the identities of some of our worst enemies without getting infected by their philosophies and whatnot. But it also meant that they couldn't retain any new information. That each identity had to offer. That's why I keep a record of some things that sound particularly important and sometimes share it with the rest of the sinners. Okay. My voice doesn't really carry well past the window, so most of our communications are one-sided, but I had an abundance of W Corp identities, so it wasn't difficult to piece together the truth behind the trains. No wonder why Ivanova said we just pulled the W Corp identity, but maybe ignorance really is bliss. Maybe ignorance really is bliss, chat. But regular folks kind of doesn't know about memory wipe and think that's just in 10 seconds. You know, like going back to we just finished playing Chronos earlier, which brought up some conversations about the identity worth of, let's say, a copied consciousness and the transference of consciousness. Ignorance is bliss. I think if you are promised continuity throughout the process of transferring your consciousness into another body, I think that allows for a smoother operation. Though I would, you know, as an outsider, knowing that they just copy your consciousness, you yourself are still there in reality, in objective space. Ignorance is bliss. I don't want to know that it's only just a copy. I want to know that we will wake up in 10 seconds, not 3 millennium. Not a spoiler as it's assumed from what they say, but regular folks kind of doesn't know about memory wipe, and I think it's just 10 seconds. Okay. So yeah, we know it because of the identity. So ignorance really is bliss. People don't know. It is the best kept secret. Okay. So we have insider knowledge because of the identities. All right. Which is why a lot of people still take the warp train, because it's just 10 seconds. Maybe ignorance really is bliss.
여러분의 이런 동요와 반발은 이미 예상하고 있었습니다.
파우스트군? 그대는 벌써 알고 있었던 겐가? 본인한테만 미리 살짝이라도 알려주지 그랬어.
파우스트는 모든 것을 알고 있으니까요. 당연히 여러분이 떠올린 문제를 해결할 방법도 준비해 두었습니다.
Oops, sorry, I bumped the mic.
열차를 탄다는 사실이 변하질 않는데 방법이 있다고요?
First class. Let's go.
이 버스는요? 열차 안에 버스가 들어갈 리도 없잖아요.
카론도 반대. 내 피 말고 다른 걸 타면 내 피 밥은 누가 줘?
파우스트 씨.
워프 열차의 최후미는 화물 칸으로 편성되어 있습니다. 메피스토펠레스는 해당 칸에 결속되어 함께 움직이게 되죠. 또한 LCD 수속 전원은
Alright, we're gonna ride on it. That's why Sinclair isn't trying to jump us after using Nagel und Hammer, Claire. Yeah. It's a clean break. That's for the best. You don't want the muddled identities and bleed effect.
1등석을 통해 이동할 예정입니다.
Hell yeah, first class. The bus begins to swell with noise again, though in a slightly different air to the alarm response from earlier.
1등석이라면 부자놈들의 지정석 같은 데 아니냐? 누구는 표 살 돈도 없어서 기차 화물칸에 끼어 타고 있는데 앞자리에서 거들먹거리면서 타던 놈들.
왜 저를 노려보시는 건데요? 전 그런데 앉아본 적 없단 말이에요.
Honglu has, for sure.
자리 하나에 날개 직원 초봉 서너 달치는 된다던데 회사 재정 괜찮은 거 맞아?
First year wing employee. Can our budget really handle getting a ticket?
걱정할 만한 재정 상태는 아니죠.
Yeah, the company's budget seems to be infinite. So, for a first year employee, it's only around 3 or 4 months, not counting living expenses. Okay, 3 or 4 months salary of a first year wing employee. Don Quixote's VA has been working hard the entire way through. It's so cool to hear every time. 100%. And the way Don Quixote says certain words is so funny and endearing that you remember what she says, what she does. She's such a bright character, an unforgettable one.
개인 캡슐 프라이빗 뭐 고급스러운 단어가 덕지덕지 붙은 자리가 개인별로 제공된다고 들었는데.
그런 식으로 홍보하곤 하죠. 엄밀하게는 급속 동면 캡슐입니다.
Flash freeze hibernation capsules. Months of salary for a 10-second trip. True, but compared to maybe 7 days in the back streets driving?
워프 열차가 실제 이동하는 시간 이상으로도 안정적인 작동이 되는 성능이니 탑승객은 눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인데 도착한 것과 다를 바 없는 체감일 것입니다.
그래도 회사의 배려에 참 감회가 새롭구려. 이동하는 길이 불편하지 않도록 그 비싼 자리를 선뜻 내어주다니.
그러게. 원래 같았으면 길잡이 씨랑 카론만 슬쩍 1등석을 태워보내주려나 했는데.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
구태여 전원을 안치기보단 관리자님과 그 충실한 조력자만 있어도 충분했었겠지만.
Okay, Otis.
다들 왜 이렇게 호들갑인지. 다음 임무를 위해 가는 것이니만큼 워프 열차가 가지는 특수성에 대해 고민하고 걱정해도 모자랄 판인데요.
역시 이스마일 씨 말씀대로 아무리 1등석이라 해도 워프 열차 자체가 영 꺼림칙한 곳이기도 하고 저도 역시 걱정이 돼서.
1등석 칸은 일반석 승객들이 함부로 올 수 없는 공간이라는 것도 알아두시는 게 좋을 거예요. 아니, 아예 열지 못하겠군요.
God damn it, Ishmael jinxed the whole mission right here. I'm sure economy passengers can't break through to first class. Dawn's VA gets so in character that she has just injured herself because she just hit Rancer. Oh, Dawn. I love it when the VAs really get into character and they embody their character outside in fun and good ways. Okay, I'm pretty sure the door separating the cars is ironclad. Well, now it won't be, Ishmael. You just jinxed us. Ishmael, who had been holding that first-class promotional pamphlet in her hands for a while, was shattering on with fire in her eyes.
그러니까 저희는 따로 전투를 치를 필요가 없이 편안하게 눈만 감으면 되는 거라고요.
Sounds
옛날에 재정이
perfect.
더 좋았을 무렵에는 기념품도 하나씩 줬었다고 했는데.
Commemorative merch! Oh, their finances are in the gutter, so they're not doing well. They're not doing well?
모험에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 늘 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
Indeed, indeed. Oh, W Corp's not doing well. Huh. I wonder if the secret's like getting out. Maybe it's the worst kept secret. W for worst. Heh. A true adventure is not without its hardships, yet even the most exalted heroes cannot venture without respite. And in very rare occasions... Dango Cat! I love Dango, I love cats. And I appreciate you, Dango TV. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you all doing? What did you do? How was the stream? How are all of you? I just noticed. Do you see Ishmael's face right now? Do you see Ishmael's face right now? Where's my mouse cursor, chat? Why isn't it? Why is our mouse cursor missing? What? Whenever we streamed Limbus Company, you would see our mouse cursor. Why isn't it not showing anymore? Anyway, please direct your attention to Ishmael with fire in her eyes. But Dango Cat, how are you guys doing? Where are you in Limbus? Let me make sure. Thank you for coming in on the raid, everyone. Raiders, welcome in. My name is Miku, and this is Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. We love playing story-rich games here across a wide variety of genres. We've been playing a lot of gacha games recently, but we just finished Chronos, The New Dawn, and we have more adventures in store. As long as it's story-rich, we play it over here. And we got into Limbus Company a couple of months ago, so spoiler alert, we are in Intervallo 4, heading to Canto 7. We are in Murder on the Warp Express. If you want to avoid spoilers, please do so. And if you need to get some post-stream care, please do not feel the pressure to stay. Your presence is appreciated either way. Thank you for supporting your streamer by joining the raid, and thank you for coming into our little space of the internet. We are close to Canto Intervallos 2. Not sure why I wasn't counted from the raid. No, welcome in, Nink2. Nink2. Ninkpa2? Ish doing that one fudge-ass Otis expression. Is that a... Yeah, you're right. Otis with her... Ha! Smirk. Nah, this is crazy eyes though. This is Ahab eyes. This is Ahab's influence. I am at TKT, gonna lurk and do myself to avoid spoilers. Oh, TKT? But yes, if you need to avoid spoilers, please do so before we continue. Thank you again, Dango Cat. Let me give you a follow. Glad to meet fellow managers. Time killing time. Hell yeah. So we're roughly on the same end of the journey. Nice, nice, nice. Everyone struggles with my name. Last part is easier to pronounce. PTU. PTU. Okay, PTU. So it's an acronym. Nink PTU. In Ryoshu speak, I wonder what NINKPTU is. Never in 9 Kelvins. Pretty tangled universe. I don't know where I was going at. I just think you're random words. But thank you for the follow. But yes, time killing time. Had a lot of fun with that. And we'll link up soon at the end of the, well, at the current end of this journey. We're making our way all the way to Canto 9. Hope to see you all there. But welcome in, everyone.
몸에는 항상 고난이 따라붙긴 마련이지. 허나 칭송받는 영웅도 잠시 눈을 감고 쉬어갈 때가 필요한 법. 언제나 허름한 여간에서 몸을 닐 순 없는 일이지. 1등석.
Moving up in the world. Seems like everyone was at least somewhat interested in the fabled first-class seats of warp trains. I could sense that there was a growing what the hell? I could sense that there was a growing consensus among the sinners that even a warp train trip might be acceptable if it meant that they could ride in the first-class seats. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
타야 한다면 타겠다.
Never ignore new knowledge. Practice towards understanding. That is so cool. Never ignore new knowledge. Practice towards understanding. NINKPTU. Love that. I've started doing sangria non-ironically now. It's just so much simpler and quicker to speak like that. Like all my friends now are accustomed to me going, lad, lame as dork. I thought you were gonna go love in deep space. I thought you were going there. Lobotomy Corporate Library ruined you. Or made us better. It doesn't ruin us. It makes us, it tears us apart to build us stronger and better. What doesn't kill us make us stronger. Emotionally. Philosophically. What does sangria mean again? Love in deep spacer, don't be a lad. Now, we've never played it. But I have some friends who are very much into it. I will board the train if I must.
꼭 1등석에 타야만 되나? 그곳은 나비
Scenic
교환을
route?
감상하는 재미가 없을 텐데.
Okay, Ryoshu, you can have the scenic route. Virgilius pretended to not hear Ryoshu's question.
좋아. 그럼 다 받아들였다는 것으로 알고 출발하도록 하지.
Sangria. Succulent abbreviations naturally germinates rather immaculate art. Jesus. That's poetry right there.
가장 중요한 질문이 남아 있네.
뭐냐? 답지 않게 쭈뼛거리고.
Don Quixote carefully began, almost whispering in a low voice.
그 1등석이란 공간에선 신발을 벗고 타야 한다는 소문이 있는데 사실입니까?
Oh.
어디서 또 괴상망측한 소문을?
I have not read Don Quixote.
요전에 지나가는 자들의 대화를 엿들었는데
Aught from those who have walked past here today. I have not read Don Quixote. Is this a inspiration from the Don Quixote book? He never parts, or Don Quixote never parts with his boots? Is that a thing? Ryoshu is so beautiful. I want her to punch me and call me a... I think we've had other Ryoshu enjoyers come in with similar sentiments.
등석 타면 맨발로 타야 하는 거 알지? 하고 묻자. 당연하지. 그걸 누가 모르냐? 라고 하였단 말이오. 참말인가? 이스마일 군?
왜 저한테 물어봐요? 저도 타본 적은 없단 말이에요.
Swogi!
책자에 그런 내용은 없었는데. 잠시만요.
그건 안 될 일일세. 본인은 로신한테와 한참 떨어져서는 안 되는 사이여야 하네. 결코 우리 로신한테를 저 홈상고전 히스클리프 군의 신발장과 같이 내버려둘 수는 없어.
Oh, that's her concern. God. I'm pretty sure there's like a weapons locker or a weapons storage in first class or something. I'm sure. But yeah, parting with Rocinante, it's not gonna be cool. Imposible. Real Ryoshu fans will be like, Ryoshu's so beautiful, I wish you could cut me up. Jesus Christ. I wish you could turn me into a work of art kind of energy. That's incredible. You do you. You do you. Ad break coming. Brace yourselves. As I said with every last Project Moon character, man, woman, envy, abnormality. Sure.
이게 진짜
불빛 시선께 부탁하네. 로신한테를 옆에 같이 태우면 안 되겠는가?
Won't we board with our weapons? I assume that. I expected Virgilius to answer with his usual exasperated rebuff, contrary to my expectations, however. He responded in a somewhat serious tone, if tainted by that familiar annoyance.
신발은 벗지 마라.
Wait a minute, I thought Rocinante was her weapon. Rocinante are her shoes? Boots? Sorry, again, this is a Peking Duck question. The literary inspiration, Don Quixote. What was Rocinante to Don Quixote? His boots? I relatively recently found out that Genshin had a Wild Hunt thing announcement some time ago, and the PM fans hit that tweet so hard with replies. Sleeper agents are on another level. A horse, donkey. Okay, his donkey. And here it's Don Quixote's her boots. Okay. Keep your shoes on. God magically summoning 110,000 unnamed Project Moon fans to reply Project Moon mentioned. This just happened. Again, if you want, I don't know him personally, but I do like his content. This guy most recently stirred up the Project Moon nest. If you want to hear his insights on the most recent Project Moon songs, check it out. His most recent video. He just put a thumbnail of Dante and he attracted the entire Project Moon fan base. It's insane. The comments are going wild over there. But I didn't watch it because it contains spoilers for Canto 9 songs. So if you are up to Canto 9, Canto 8, go ahead and check it out. The Northern Fixer. This place is huge. Oh, that's a W Corp. Stonks. Going up. I don't know why my cursor's missing. We must compensate for the basically full absence of Project Moon now outside of Korea. Yeah, I swear. I was scrolling for like a whole minute in comments. I was scrolling down the comments for a whole minute. And every single comment was something Project Moon related. Filled with Kanto 6 stuff. Oh man. Catherine! Catherine, are you in Genshin? I love you in every universe. That was my first impression of the Warp train station. Huge. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. Her boots. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them.
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Heathcliff asked, gesturing toward Merceau with his chin.
모든 워프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time. Catharsis YouTube for Project Moon OST reactions. Guy guesses a lot of the lore from just the OSTs. Oh, he doesn't play the game and he just goes by the songs? Wow. That's also a testament to the writing of the songs. Merceau, young Merceau.
저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
The West.
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은
Western
남북을 따지지
population.
않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에.
North and South. Eastern fashion trend. Okay. So the city is kind of roughly divided like our Earth.
그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
Puffy, loose-fitting outfits, understandably so given the colder climate.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해 보면 알 수 있다.
He's done until Canto 7? Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to spoil myself. My go-to for unnecessarily long literary analysis is last-minute analysis. So, LMA, last-minute analysis, done until Canto 7? Or are we talking about Catharsis? Also, I recalled right, Catharsis did start playing it relatively recently. Oh, okay, cool. After listening to most of the OST, it's definitely gonna be a fun ride. Ah. He'll be able to confirm his own theories. That's pretty fun. screaming! 3 seconds of screaming duet. One of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration. Fixer from the north.
니도 마찬가지였거든.
Audible frequency range expansion implant. Okay, makes sense.
워프열차 처음 타보는 촌놈들처럼 왜 그러고 길을 단체로 막고 있는 거야?
Well, you rude person. Why didn't you bother to install an automatic volume regulation system, huh? Huh? You couldn't afford that. No volume regulator. After listening to most of the OST, yeah, I was reading the same message.
기꺼도 얹어 왔는데 우표를 놓쳐서 짜증나 있는 상태인데.
Expedition. Lose your target.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
심지어 워프열차 왕복권은 내 탑이었다고.
Alright.
조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면
Each holding a weapon. Sweet. I didn't notice the forearm.
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도 괜찮겠는가? 오, 그래, 그 포즈로!
No.
이왕이면 5분 정도만 가만히.
미쳤냐?
Oh, now my cursor's back. What the hell? The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많고.
City of sundry
저 사람도
personalities.
똑같이 생각했을걸요.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시 도시엔 흔한 걸까?
Oh, Sinclair. Yeah. That's when Virgilius slowly walked up to our group.
그럼 도착해서 만나도록 하지.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다.
Specially prepared?
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
First class plus? Or are they gonna make them slum it?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
카로는 돌아가고 싶어. 네피 외로울 거야.
Oh, Mephi.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서
Candies.
말하지 않았나? 화물 칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카로.
Welcome in, Vushu. 90 stream streak. I hope we can keep it up and Twitch doesn't be a doodle head. Thank you for your dedication, Bushu. Thank you for petting the cats. And look. We're using our phone for tracking, so we're more expressive now. It's working out well, except for the fact that I sometimes fall asleep. Because my microphone keeps blocking my face. Guess they don't want to deal with Gigaboard Insane Color Fixer. Dude, like, I don't know when he's gonna reveal it yet, but it'll be so funny if they say like, oh, you're a color fixer, therefore you can handle the 3000 Millennium battle, I guess. Let me pet the cats, BRB. We put up the cat videos on Discord. I think Passion is outside. But we got Maya. Let me upload that. Thank you for paying the cat tax, Bushu. Wanted to say hi, I'm a bit busy. Alright, take care with whatever you're doing, Bushu. Thank you for coming by and saying hello. Thank you for petting the cats. Take care out there. Bushu is just a bundle of joy. Loves to sing, loves to dance, loves to party. It's a rave over there. Whether she be playing Wuthering Waves, other games with friends, or karaoke streams. She sings amazingly, by the way. Join us for the party at Bushu, it's a great time. Color fixtures can't board the warp trains because last time that happened, the color fixture trained the passengers for 10 limbillion years and they obliterated the janitor crew. Was this in the novel? Like the Leviathan or something? Or Library for Winna? Insane. Oh, I think it's because my controller is attached. That's why my cursor sometimes disappears. I don't know. Alright. I've told you before, Charon.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나? 화물 가내는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스터 씨.
네.
Virgilius, after exchanging a knowing look and a nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Charon away.
단테, 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Oh.
와, 색도 좀 돌아오는 걸?
Our colors are back. Right.
그리고 이게 말로만 듣던 웰컴 푸드 앤 드링크. 아 그래, 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
You can get complimentary food and drink. The general response to this room was a surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash. Faust, are these flash freeze hibernation devices safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
These things are supposed to freeze us solid, right? Can we really come back from something like that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
Okay, preserves the rapidity of the process, prevents damage. Okay. Normal cases.
발생하는 밀도의 증가나 수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도
Nice,
이 모델은
nice.
전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다, 재주.
Well, I like the
네,
explanation behind it.
파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about. Just as I was wondering, however, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다. 하지만 신도 아니죠. 파우스트가 아직 구하지 못한 정보도 세상에는 존재합니다. 그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수 있는 것이죠.
That's not very reassuring. Okay.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
준비되었는가, 로시나테오? 이제부터 길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세. 그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
I'll explain it here. Okay, your shoes. Where'd that come from, Rodia? How does Rocinante?
아니, 생각해 보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때
Oh,
기억나?
okay.
그 고래가
I'm sure she
다치면서
takes care of her
온갖
boots.
찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
그랬죠.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
별로 유쾌한 기억은 아니지만 그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테 혼자 저 운동화를 끝까지 안 벗고 버티고 있었다니까.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
자들, 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
우와. 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
Wowzer.
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 유난 떨 필요는 없다.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her legs, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
Yeah, let's not talk about it. Let's not share that. It's like plane crashes.
곧 출발하려나 본데요.
P사행 PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Oh no, why isn't this... The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
I think so.
워프 10분 전.
제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Faust expertly guided me to the capsule as though she'd done something like this before, then pressed the button inside the capsule that closed the hatch.
너무 걱정하지 마세요. 금방 다시 보게 될 겁니다, 단테.
I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hatch shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Is that
우리
Dawn?
열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
I thought that was Don Quixote, the one with her arms raised. The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then what she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment."
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테,
But one thing I knew for sure was
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. Dun dun dun. Now we're in it. Murder on the Warp Express. Who done it? Disappearing passengers. We're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration after all. It all really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry.
아니요. 도착하지 않았습니다.
Huh? But once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So, this train is still running. The one thing I know for real is there will be bloodshed. Wait, what game was that again? That's so familiar.
그렇습니다.
Then, where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있을 것이라고 판단되네요.
Metal Gear Revengeance? Okay. I took a reflexive deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calling down. Can we just go back into the pod? Yeah, this had to be a part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just a part of the plan, right? Faust? That was an unusually long silence from Faust.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake up the sinners! We're waking up, everyone!
벌써 도착한 거야? 야, 진짜.
Everyone's gonna say that. Oh, we're here already? Oh, we're here already? Oh, we're here already? He's gonna repeat this.
뭐야 진짜 도착한 거야? 정말 눈 감았다 뜨니까
아닙니다.
No. We're here already? I guess it really was.
생각보다 겁먹을 필요가 전혀 없.
No.
아닙니다.
Oh no. No.
아닙니다.
Oh no.
아직 아무 말도 안 했네만.
There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할
Yeah,
것
why do we need
같습니다.
to wake up? What's going on? And that brings us to the present. Our pods didn't malfunction.
아, 그러니까 지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고 있다는 거냐?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는 건
We're in
제일 중요한 건
space.
이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
그렇습니다.
God damn it. So even first class is not a guarantee. I guess first class will cut out 2,000 years. Maybe. But not everything. Shoot.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
The sinners each begin to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come. If they knew, they wouldn't have boarded the train.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
Yeah, let's not do that.
앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지?
Fow fow.
그렇지?
Right? Bad meme. Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 저 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
She gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's pause for a bit. She said that something unexpected's happened. The other sinners' anger was completely understandable. It also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. That's true. Alright, we're going to go over the situation from the start, okay? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, I gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then, I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it. And in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Is that okay with you guys?
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요. 따라가도록 할게요.
그래. 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴
No
했지.
character development.
감사합니다. 그럼
Welcome in, shopkeeper. Welcome back. After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. The costs of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract in a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company, Project Moon. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with the mysterious repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by distortion, after multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는 문제가 없었을 겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요.
Okay.
하지만
The real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started? Thank you for the lurk, Vanwa. Enjoy the food.
그 점이 이번 오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
I got Heathcliff, shopkeeper. I'm gonna shard Rodia. But we got Heathcliff in 70 pulls. It's a pain. He explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing the secrets of their singularity. That's probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it before continuing with their explanations.
대신 이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드키를 받았으니 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토펠레스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
Yeah, if that's the case, if you could just return to it. Okay, like I thought it was the fact that not even first class eliminates. Like if you have to travel for 3,000 years, maybe first class gets rid of the feeling of 1,500, half of it. But in this case, it's more like, all right, wake up, do the job, go back to sleep. I think Faust was a bit too, you know, she was worried. It is a trust issue. It is a trust issue. She was worried that telling us that we were meant to solve a murder on the Warp Express, probably some of the sinners would not want to board, even if we could just go back to sleep. I don't know, man. It's like, if that's the case, if we could just go back to sleep, then it's a job. We do the distortion, we go back to sleep, we wake up. I don't know if that would have hurt any of our... I don't know if her revealing that information, that we had to do a distortion, if we had to resolve a distortion on the way, I'm not sure if revealing that would have prevented any of us from boarding the train, but anyway, let's keep going. Again, I guess Faust wanted to be sure. Ignorance is bliss. I got 5 Rhodia, 2 House of Spiders-ish, 5 Egos, and hit Pity before I got Teeth. Damn. Well, at least we get to Shard. W Corp, anyone who plays Larby for the Winner loves it. Is that sarcastic? Anyway. Faust had her reasons, but now it is affecting our trust in her. It's part of the character growth and development. We may return to our respective capsules as soon as the contract is fulfilled and safely complete the rest of the journey as we had planned from the beginning.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
중요한 단서는 전부 감추고 정답을 찾아오라고 하는 건
Yeah.
좀 불친절한 것 같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
Yeah, he did. He explained a lot.
파우스트 씨도
Yeah, okay. We are addressing it. Stuck between a rock and a hard place. Oh, right. They mentioned contracts and whatnot. Even if Faust wanted to tell us that you're gonna resolve a distortion, the higher-ups were probably like, do not tell them. Maybe it's that. So, still though, we have to communicate this with Faust and the rest to rebuild our trust. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations. Yeah, there we go. Albert with a sigh. So, yeah, we can blame it on the higher-ups, saying, do not absolutely tell them anything.
그래도 뭐가 있다는 티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을 텐데.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요.
Good question.
그건
But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece. Welcome back,
다음은
Manon.
참고하도록 하죠.
Okay. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of the situation. We keep saying that, but she doesn't have one, I'm sure.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Discuss. But discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing, Faust?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
Faust doesn't have a plan. Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety.
제젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
Gesellschaft? What? In the lower drop? I've never got a 3-star Heath naturally. Heath is just playing hard to get, shopkeeper. It's playing hard to get. My connection to Gesellschaft, I mean Faust, has been severed. I'm sorry. What?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. She lost her Wi-Fi connection to Faust, chat. She lost her Wi-Fi connection to WikiFaust. Alright, event units, show yourself. 20%. What do we have? We don't have any event units. Merceau? Okay.
시연회의 일정이 잡혔습니까?
맞군.
$60. Or ish. Alright, we're gonna go with Merceau then. Have I leveled everyone up? $40? All right. That's annoying.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
교류회. 설레네요.
Long battles. I don't think we've had long battles in a while. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의 의견과 정보를 아무것도 얻을 수 없다는 뜻이죠.
Oh, what if everything about the situation is something you don't have access to yet, like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도 확실하지 않습니다.
Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Then, Faust, right now you're...
네, 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다. 원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도. 그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다. 솔직하게 말해
The unexpected
당혹감을
happened.
느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
Uh-oh. Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback. Nothing we can't beat, right? We got this. Just deal with the distortion. I began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. I sneezed, sorry. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth. But that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구테여 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
Hiding things again.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
그러니까 히스클리프 씨 힘으로는 부술 수도 없다니까요.
여기서
Billion years in this box. Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실을 샅샅이 수색하거나 뭐 그런 거야?
큰 틀에서는 맞다고 할 수 있겠네요.
Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드 키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
Oh, which ID are you missing, shopkeeper? Almost there.
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런
3
느낌인가 봐요.
days.
이미 알려진 대로 일반석 칸에서 1등석 칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만 제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
그 뭐야? 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
How do they survive the journey?
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
잠시만 기다리게.
Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
뭔가 들리지 않는가?
What do you hear?
흥난 아니
Rapping?
소리인가? 분명 이 문 너머에.
Oh shit, someone's rapping. As Son Quixote kept listening for her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust. Ooh, season 6 Sinclair, nice. Who closed her eyes briefly in thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
You just have to shard that, right? Season 6 Sinclair. With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야? 잠깐. 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언. 틀린 말은 아니지만.
This is Faust disconnected from Wi-Fi.
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
She's so in the moment now and unpredictable. After a brief mechanical beep. Ah! Hideous creature suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Alright, let's see what creatures these are. And why are they aboard the train? Is everyone distorted? What is this?
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 뭐
Craving blood bag passenger. Coagulated arm, hard blood jag, collecting blood, counter.
영감이 떠올랐다.
Cassetti lover? Cassette lover? Cassetti lover? Welcome in. Things are going. We're gonna solve a murder on the Warp Express. I'm excited about that. Hope you enjoy your stay at the table.
낙조한 듯이 숨이 타도록 베어내.
I wonder what the whole thing about blood bags, blood bag one havers.
때리면 쉽게 처리할 수 있겠지.
Heal my flesh to claim their bone.
아까 했던 공격 덕에
영감이
한결
떠올랐다.
수월해진 것 같으네. 좋네요.
실험적인 기회를 잃었군요. 역시 유능한 데가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만 제대로 사리분별을 할 수 없는 이성이 존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Ooh, like people palidified by the whale. Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about those monsters before the fight began. Normally. And she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area, closely observing various bodies in the general area for information. In 3 days!
주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
She's not looking at her phone anymore.
평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
Uh-oh. I think she has to tell them. The sinners were starting to realize that there was something off about Faust's behavior. I think she should come clean. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다.
You're not dead? She's gonna tell her a white lie?
자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요?
Oh, okay.
이 공간은
Oh, she observed them. Okay.
멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는
what?
끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
Okay, she's doing actual analysis on the spot. Detective Faust time. It appears that the flow of time has ceased in this space. Therefore, it follows that the connections that tether bodies to life and away from death remain intact. To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Alright. Hey, what did I say? We got this.
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing. I wonder if Dante speaks like proximity voice chat. Like anyone within a certain radius hears us at a certain volume. But I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. Yep.
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
Isang grew pensive. Seeing that, Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however short-lived.
이 차원 바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다. 그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
Oh, he's testing her.
네. 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Wow, Isang sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're broaching the subject?
그래도 되겠는가?
Isang began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이
Yeah,
존재하지
there's not an
않소.
element aboard the train.
너무 생략한 것 같은데.
A little less brevity. Too much, too
말을
little.
얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso, and shouts with relief.
이들은 퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요. 몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로
Existence in continuance of moratorium. So everyone just slaughters each other. But they don't really die. They're in a suspended state. And W Corp just pieces them together and wipes their memories. It's worse than I thought.
그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 일이 널브러질 뿐이지.
Until death before death catches up to them.
모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠.
Oh my god.
자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를
W Corp
추론할 수
cleanup
있겠습니다.
agent.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을 조립해서 구별해둘 필요가 있을 테니.
Jesus. Reconstruct everyone. It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
Dude, what if the cleaners get it wrong and you come out with a different, I don't know, a different arm? Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together like nothing happened, ideally. From what I learned through the W Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring them back to their original shapes before they boarded the trains. It's a lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
I guess that's a silver lining. It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don Quixote up in her own way. Who she was a while ago would not find it even necessary to do something like that.
단테,
Huh? What's up? Oh, time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Excuse me. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Oh, yeah, I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them, I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. Ishmael's canto, right? The sea creatures. One thing I do know for sure is that the sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the pekatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're like whales, closer to... I would say whales, right? I'd say they're closer to distortions, monsters. We're gonna go by a scale, I guess. I'm sorry, I don't think they're either one of... I don't think they're either of those.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but also different. Same, but different. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know.
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는
This is new to me though. She's like an android or something. I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에. 그리고 직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
Uh-oh, she's enjoying it. She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살찌는 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
Did she just smile to herself with gore in her hands? Girls enjoying the detective science life.
직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상.
Finally, the awakening she got.
각성한 것인가?
Rio, she's like, finally, someone who appreciates art. Multi-crack office. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 그 중에.
What is that squeak?
와, 함부로 들어오지 마. 너희 뭔데?
A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path. Oh, it's her.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데.
Protect the civilians.
뭐야? 요새도 그런 구식 생체형을 달고 다니나?
Old timer.
야, 참.
Oh.
아씨, 구식의 때로 제일 빛을 발할 수 있다는 걸 보여주려?
그대 복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인게로군.
That's a different person.
이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야? 아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데 비켜주지?
She seemed to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안 물렸다는 증거 있어?
Bitten.
내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데?
물렸다니.
It is Train to Busan.
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명... 잠깐. 너희 1등석에서 왔어? 네. 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요. 보기에는... 1등석이라... 진작 말하지.
Uh-oh.
내 이름은 사샤. 멀티그렉 사무소 대표야.
Multi-crack office rep. With that, she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass, but I feel like now they're gonna gun for first
사샤?
class.
당신도 이 객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴 식으로 고장난 데다 아니 고장난 게 맞나? 배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고.
Not feeling hungry or sleepy, so other things suspended.
그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
Oh, Sinclair also.
먹고 자는 게 취미라 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
High quality parts, so you can feel them all.
그것보다 그 밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
아 그래 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데. 그건 좀 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라. 아무튼 뭔 일인지는 모르겠는데 갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저 사람 가리지 않고 막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고.
Welcome back from the ad break. Thanks for your
다행히
patience.
나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
빨간색이 3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,200 둘.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
나는 이미 이 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고
3 days. Yeah.
지금 이 객실 칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야?
Or actually, it might be more. What's the other South Korean train movie? Snowpiercer? I haven't watched it, but kind of feels like that. The different classes as well. The rich and the poor in different cars and stuff like that. Like a microcosm of society. I'm worried now that they're gonna take our sleeping pods, but I wonder what's gonna happen now.
여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
해결사!
네, 해결사입니다.
Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만. 아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가? 근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
이미 잘 아시겠지만 해결사들 간의 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠. 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨어피 옆에 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
Uh-oh, now they're gonna want the key. Faust produced a master key card from her pocket. I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove that we're actually contracted by W Corp.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석
Oh no, she's getting ideas.
W사 로고야 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나봐. 좋아, 따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고. 일을 해결하려면 뒤로 가겠다는 거네.
그렇죠.
The fixer finally got out of our way. Then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면 다 구해서 돌아올 수도 있겠지만.
경력 고맙네, 해결사 사샤요.
She's sus.
이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
Can I try to get the first class?
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해주러 가시는 건가요?
What? That child is sus. Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails. They even animated her. This is sus.
우와, 그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아우, 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
They didn't even animate her mother.
아닐세. 괜찮네. 더 놔둬도 되는데. 해결사가 꿈인가 보구나.
Something's gonna happen to the girl.
당신 같은 자가 열차에 탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
무슨 말이야? 다들 왜 이래? 같은 바닥 처지끼리. 당연히 머릿수대로 긴급보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥딴지 같은 소리야?
그렇군요.
I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
Like what?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈 키호테 씨에게 동조해 준 거예요. 또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요. 보셨어요? 눈이 얼마나 반짝거리던지. 평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐오르고
Especially
있다니까요.
bouncy.
돈 키호테 씨.
Bao strode towards Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
I love offline Faust so much. She's so... I mean, it's still Faust. I'm just wondering, like... Being hooked up to such great knowledge, I think, is... That does get into the way of some socialization. Because you're always looking things up. You always have something to look... to reference. So you, like... Online Faust is not really there in the moment, looking at you in the eyes and learning from the interaction. Totally. She does learn, of course. But point being, yeah, offline Faust is so interesting because it's like she doesn't have her phone and she's forced to interact with the world around her and learn from that. She can't just look it up on Google. And she seems to enjoy that. Like earlier she was like being essentially being disconnected and actually looking around at clues and deducing, making deductions. She smiled. It's like, huh? She needs, Faust GPT. She's always like, Faust GPT, what do I do now? She has no more Faust GPT. It's so interesting that you could see now, like, oh, she was so over-reliant on Faust GPT. We took her phone away. Now what? Faust got temporary banned from the Discord. She got banned from Reddit, chat. There's no Reddit in this universe. You're one of them telepaths, aren't you? You just stole my thought. Was about to write it. Yeah, it's Faust GPT now, which is news to me. I didn't know that about her character. I didn't know she was like hooked up to another Faust, or hooked up to Faust. So who is she? A receptacle of Faust? Faust? Faust herself? Anyway, let me pet the cat for you. BRB. We're back. Thank you for the cat, paying the cat tax. Shopkeeper paid the cat tax. Faust is Faust, which is very Faust. True. But yeah, I like offline Faust too. It really is giving off detective vibes.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요. 저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜? 무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Reb. Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered in Ring Faust ID. Oh, I do have that Faust. The sword she feeds. Again, I'm also not familiar with Faust, like historical Faust. What was Faust's thing? Leads him to make a deal with the devil at a crossroads, exchanging his soul for unlimited knowledge and worldly pleasures. Based on the historical Johann George Faust. Okay. So yeah, that's interesting.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데 음색이 중요한가? 일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도
Red
눈이
eyes.
적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아? 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 별것 아니었습니다.
Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. How are you enjoying yourself, Ryoshu? It was just as we had feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Ooh. Oh, we just played Chronos. Similar. Painting of Hell.
착수.
You were not even halfway through.
여러분들에게 유리한 조건가 적용되었습니다. 뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아닙니다. 마음 놓고 공개하는
다들 배우네.
Faust is Faust and Fascia is also Faust, who is Faust and also Faust. God damn it. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
그려낸 대로.
Repressed flesh.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠?
There she is.
깜짝 놀랐어요.
조금 멀리서 눈으로만 감상하시길.
Butcher ribs. Fascia hungers. Time for your meal, Fascia.
그려낸 대로.
이제야 친해졌네요.
Ryoshu book reference. Hell Scream. This is about the artist who was tasked with creating a painting of hell. Oh.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책.
Book Ryoshu's a painter tasked with painting hell. Since he can only paint what he sees, they burn his daughter in the card so he can see hell in life. Jesus Christ.
그려낸 대로.
Well, they do say that. What did they say? Well, yeah, there can be hell on earth.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시
What do you think Fascia would say in the Faust chord? Discord. There's a Discord of Fausts. Dude, Faust subreddit. Faust mains. Reddit slash Faust mains.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 배우네.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저린데.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요. 흔들렸군. 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고 셋째.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Fascia hungers.
숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으니
End it.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했음.
미래를 과거와 같이
왜냐하면
마치 마탕 같네요.
Oh God, he's still alive.
그댄 어디까지
이
가고
순간이
있을지.
다 베어내리라.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구선
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
Especially with the polearm. This isn't conducive to polearm fighting, being in a narrow hallway. Well, actually, if you pokey, I guess, it actually works. No swinging, though. Stabbing. Every Faust ID is connected to the Faust score. That's why Faust is so fast and so smart in almost every Faust. That's interesting.
어쩔 수 없어요. 저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은 좁은 곳에서 금방 지치기 마련이니까.
Oh, Honglu does acknowledge what we just said. Okay, swinging, sure, but if you like stab with it, that might actually be very helpful. Keep your distance, know where to run or flank you, and you just stab. Poke with your spear. But I don't remember what who uses a... I don't know if they use swinging weapons. I think Honglu uses a spear, so he can stab. Sinclair, I don't remember. Is it a... Faust tube, where Faust just does Faust things. Well, Faust cooking videos. I just imagine Faust, like doing a cooking tutorial. It's not a spear. Sinclair can stab. Honglu uses a Chinese polearm made for cleaving. And Skincare uses a halberd. So they're swinging weapons. So that's why it's difficult for them. Because if it was just a straight up spear, I could imagine this being a good environment for it. Narrow hallway, you just stab. Blade on a stick. Halberd. I don't know what it's in Chinese, but it's like a Japanese naginata. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that their sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down. Dawn is the one with no issues. Yeah, definitely Dawn. Jousting, just stab straight ahead.
파우스트 씨, 저들 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
The Faust subreddit is currently offline. How is she going to handle this?
그래, 나도 아까부터 궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
네? 그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요?
Answering a question with a question?
아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Why does Sinclair sound so happy about this? Are you giving us a chance to come up with our own answers first? Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까
It's like a teaching moment. It's like, what do you think these are? Offline Faust is like a game master with no preparation whatsoever. And these are all her players, and they're just she's just nodding along like, what do you think they are? Ah, that's what you think? Yes. Nod. Jeez. There were some things I learned after finding them, I think. It is indeed the answer to the puzzle. The thing you just said, that is the answer. Nod, nod. Has no plans for the puzzle at all.
이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
Oh, why are they attacking then?
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해
Hunger for
맹렬히
aught.
돌진하고 있었네.
Ah, hungry for blood.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
Blood bags for
공격
something.
패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을
음.
우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
Primal aggressiveness.
그리고
Oh shit.
또 뭐가 있었죠?
I Faust shoe for the visual learning Fausts. I'll be one of those visual learning. Dude, you show me a gacha game skill description, I'm just gonna tune out. That's not how I learn. I have to do my session prep for tomorrow. Well, this is a good reminder. Or wing it. Embrace offline Faust. D&D, but it's a seafaring adventure. Cool. I like that. How would textile learning Fausts learn? Going to a crochet club and knitting with her fellow Fausts. I don't know. I'm sure there are book club Fausts as well.
그리고 또 모든 눈이 붉었던 것 같아요.
I wonder if Otis is... I wonder if Otis is thinking about what we're fighting or about Faust.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
Blankets of red.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
They're made of blood? Well, aren't we...
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
Nice.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from that? I like where the story is going. I'm glad. And this is actually just a quote unquote a side story. Everything here is relevant to the main story, but this is actually just an intervallo, an in-between chapter. But they're also so good. But yeah, I've really enjoyed the writing in this game and all the lore building and the characters. I love the characters especially. They really stand out. All old Fausts use Faust book. No. There are Fausts. There are Fausts that still use Friendster and MySpace. You have like emo Faust. She dyed her hair black, and then she covers one eye with her bangs, and then she like posts on her MySpace.
이번엔 운이 좋았습니다, 단테. 열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
Teamwork. Your advice was correct, Dante. You mean you know what to do to blow this case wide open?
그렇게 장담할 수는 없습니다만 적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
Can't wait for Kanto 10. We're at 9.5 right now, right? Intervallo 9.5. With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
Yeah, we're not dealing with a distortion. What is
그
what's
자체는
distorted?
바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로 혈귀입니다.
Dude, it's like some good old Witcher work. It's like, dealing with a blood fiend. The Geralt, she was like going all Geralt. Well, now Ciri. She's all Ciri now. That's actually so cool. Like crystallized blood. No hate, just a primal urge for blood. Red eyes. I know what we're dealing with. A blood fiend. It's time to oil up, Witchers. It's time to oil up, Witchers. We're dealing with a blood fiend. This is kind of funny as well. The funny coincidence that we just got our vampire boy in Arknight's Enfield. I think he's also... The blood fiend was mentioned somewhere in his story. I'm not ready for the upcoming Walpurgis. Welcome in, Galivor. Well, hopefully we can give you good company to help you be ready for the next Walpurgis Nacht. Do you think the young Fausts play like counter Faust? This is just a joke that keeps on giving. I don't know. I find it so amusing. I have like Faust has always been like one of the characters I've always been interested in since like the very beginning of the game. That's for sure. Counter Faust. Out of curiosity, have you played Vampire the Masquerade? I played until the haunted house, and then I got too scared, and then I stopped. But I played the TTRPG Vampire the Masquerade. I played one set in modern day, modern day vampire and Byzantine era vampire 20th anniversary edition, something. You mean the TTRPG? Yeah. Just a couple of short campaigns. I enjoyed the Byzantine era one. I was a knight, essentially. I was a vampire knight. And it is kind of interesting because my squire doesn't know that I am a vampire. So I had to like keep that under wraps until a certain point. Because I wouldn't be sure what she would do to me, my own squire. Anyway. Yeah, Blood Fiend. That's cool. That's cool. We did like a Witcher. She was like a Witcher there. That's so cool.
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미줄.
Wait, a blood fiend? What is a blood fiend?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
답도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
Oh shit, I chose the wrong support. Whoops. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the very words sounded alien to her.
저도 현실에 존재하는 줄은 몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고 생각했는데 마늘이랑
Oh, we aren't dealing with
두려워한다고
vampire. Well,
하더라고요.
he thinks vampire. Scarlet and Sunlight.
제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
Oh right, Chinese vampires fear water. They're supposed to melt, right?
혈기에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적이 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지.
Oh.
그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만
The vampire spawn?
이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
So where's the sire?
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만. 하지만 좀
Oh, there's a vampire.
그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다.
That one didn't spawn these dregs with abandon like this. Okay, there's a blood fiend in the ranks of the fingers. Interesting. And they do sire or spawn dregs. Okay. All vampires fear running water in some lore. Oh, that's interesting. That the things people come up with. Vampires fear water and sun, just like me. I'm not just like me. I'm not a beach person. I'd rather go to the mountains and see the vistas than go to the beach.
내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감 자네에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈귀의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재.
Failed to become
관계자
kindreds.
사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
Okay.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Kindred? Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag? Oh. So they failed to become true vampires, the Kindred. They're referred to as Bloodbags among relevant parties. That's fun. I'm an ocean man, but I melt under the sun and water. Gotta follow the series. Maybe you're just actually a vampire, Axolotl. Maybe you just outed yourself as a vampire. Don't worry, you're safe here. We have no vampire hunters in chat that I know of.
처음에 이야기했던 대로 통상적인 방법으론 워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다. 워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠.
Interesting. Passengers always
거기서
make it.
저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 곳은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
How did they do that?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
Dissolved or vaporized. No body to reconstruct.
워프 열차는
Oh no, Ishmael with a melting.
온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다.
Yeah, okay. Not a vampire, autistic, similar but different.
여러 가지가 있겠지만
Got my eye on you, Axolotl.
식인도 분명 존재하겠죠.
That sounds like something a vampire would say. While the word violence is a rather large umbrella term, it likely involves activities such as cannibalization. Well, they are zombies, right? Technically.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니
Digestion is not the biological process.
복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
Okay. Yeah.
그저
Who
입에
else?
쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라낼 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
하지만 피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
Minuscule.
방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다.
Sure.
그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고 소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
I guess kind of like how vampires work in Vampire the Masquerade. The power of blood. Emotions, ambitions, wealth, purpose of existence follow that they can spend their blood at will. Literal blood points. A process isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. You know, I never really questioned the power of blood. But yeah, it's a vampire tabletop RPG thing where you have blood points to spend to do cool shit. Like jump higher, do magic or something. Influence someone. The power of blood. Okay, an entailment of something that forms itself. I'm gonna have to wrap my head around this. So it's not digestion per se. It circumvents that process. It's not for energy. It's a culmination. Okay. Okay. Thing you learned from this Intervallo, director really loves Vampire the Masquerade. I'm not surprised. It seems to be very inspired by it. Isolated from other biological processes such as digestion. Yeah, because vampires cannot digest normally like humans.
그 뭐냐?
Thank you for the headpads.
무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든.
Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you for the carrot. Welcome back, Avora. I hope we don't lose tracking when we drink. We have, oh, right. We have enhanced tracking now, so our cheeks puff out. That's so different. Never left? Glad to have you.
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 군은 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
Thinking, Banoy. Uses in moratoria. Okay, like, why do emotions still persist? If emotions are just a product of our neural synapses firing off, if everything goes back to the brain and we freeze that brain, how do emotions persist in time? Through time. Anger, sorrow, joy, they continue to spark within you.
그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데.
Now, how are some things suspended?
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터.
Not in continuation.
승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고.
Getting so philosophical here.
설명한 것이요.
So just like the passengers' will to live, the worth of this very existence in which they thrive, does it not all gently atrophy into non-existence, even amidst the ceased time? Miss Faust seeks to illustrate the similarity between how emotions are to ourselves and how blood is to blood fiends. Emotions are different, I guess.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
승객의 구성 요소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
Their soul. Well, I'm not surprised the soul exists in this universe, but if we're... At least I personally believe that a part of me wants to believe there's a soul, but a part of me is also like, it all just goes back to their brain, and our brain just rationalizes these things and comes up with these things to help with our own self-actualization goals, to give life meaning to life. But the concept of a soul, to me, it just all goes back to our brain and its thoughts. Even the emotion and will to live, I feel like it all goes back to our brain processes, our CPU. So if you stop that CPU, you stop everything else. But some things get past that. In this case, emotions, the will to live. It transcends our brain functioning. So in a way, this to me is kind of fantastical. I just think it's all just biological processes. But in this world, the whole point of this blood fiend thing, and emotions, they classified it as beyond biological processes, different from biological processes. Yeah, they still move somehow. But in my head, everything about us is a biological process. We cannot escape our corporeal limitations. There is nothing beyond our corporeal form. In this world, if emotions can manifest in physical form, yeah, of course, we're dealing with anomalies and stuff, so it's interesting to like see the differences here and what their rules of magic and anomalies are. If that's the case, then the very blood that's supposed to bind these chunks of flesh together will also evaporate, which means that they can't be pieced back together. You just have to take it at face value. This is the world building.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
There's no incongruence in that logic. It is logical in this fantastical world. It is a logic. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Skill issue, escape your corporeal prison. And then we're back to transferring consciousness. This was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Isang was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이오? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는
Inaccessible.
정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
I wonder if it's the same as vampires. Faust replies, avoiding Isang's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust, and that's something we both want to avoid.
제한. 아, 그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터.
Dude, what if
즉,
what if that
나아가다 보면
girl earlier was
반드시
the
그 혈기를
vampire?
마주하게 될 것입니다.
We need to go back to the northern girl and throw garlic at her. Douse her with a bucket of water or something.
좋네. 무고한 승객들의 원한을 대신 풀어줄 기회. 분은 절대 놓치지 않겠네.
단테.
It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied now that we had a clearer sight of our goal. Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward. For now. We just passed the vampire. It's a four-armed vampire.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다.
시원합니다.
뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하시죠.
So when we get back, Don Quixote is gonna become traumatized because that little girl who has art is going to die. She's going to turn into a blood fiend. Sorry, she's gonna turn into a kindred. Because we just left the civilians with a blood fiend. Incredible.
그댄 어디까지 각오했을지.
낫도 밤도 지나 숨을 다들어 배우네.
Which will lead us into Canto 7. We'll see, we'll see. That's my prediction. I got the wrong Merceau. You're right.
어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
저기 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
칼날이 잘하네요.
감사의 인사는
아마 그
괜찮습니다.
공격이 약점이었겠죠?
Pasha hunger.
아까 했던 공격 덕에 한개 소화할 수 없게. 좋네요. 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 아까 했던 공격 덕에
받아볼 테니.
한결 수월해진 것 같아요. 좋네요. 이제 신선해요.
이 순간이 다들어 배어내리라.
While we're on the topic, wasn't the concept of a noosphere similar in terms of like if our emotions or
영감이 떠올랐어요.
our beliefs, our intellect could had energy, it would enter the noosphere and manifest there. Yes? Ah, okay. I'm trying to remember like what it was like in Stalker. Collective unconscious is absolutely a thing here. Yeah, the collective unconscious, the power of that can be caught. That can be, and in Stalker they tried to harvest the. They tried to harness. They tried to harness the collective unconscious, and bad stuff happened. I remember now.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
We're gonna meet a cleaner, janitor.
여러분들에게 유리한
Where are the
효과가
cleanup team?
적용되었습니다.
어디까지
뭐
각오했을지.
제가 제공한 것은 아니긴 하지만 마음 놓고 공격하십시오.
필연적. 절대적.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
저기 저 개체부터 처리하면 편할 것 같아요.
I wonder if Faust already knew. Because the northern girl had red eyes.
다들어 배어내.
The girl with the big sword had red eyes. Well,
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠?
I guess red eyes are a thing in this world. Color fixture aside. Because it'd be so funny if like, where's the blood fiend? And she's like the only one with red eyes. Just like the blood bags. Oh, I'm not a blood fiend. These are just contact lenses.
시원합니다.
이 순간이 다들어 배어내리라.
여기 심장이
Yeah, she was sus. She was sus. She pointed out also that The girl with like the large sword has red eyes. Ryoshu has red eyes.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
Yeah, there's a lot of people with red eyes who aren't blood fields or bags. And welcome in, Neil. Welcome to the table. Yeah, that's why. But it was so sus to me that she would have to go like, yeah, I have red eyes. Like her, yeah. Dude, I'm calling it. That is the vampire.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사를
저희 뼈를 크게 잡고 저의 살로 채우는 외면의 예술.
I'm enjoying the mystery so far, and I'm really enjoying offline Faust. This is such a surprise. I didn't expect it to be kind of Faust spotlighted. Like we had Rodia last Intervallo, that was fun.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
육자살을 베어내고
Faustnet. You know, this is a wake-up call. That online Faust is a warning about an over-reliance on Faust GPT and AI. Sometimes we need a human connection. Nothing can replace that human connection and learning. We talk no jutsu'd our way to survival. Vampire brain rot raid. Speaking of vampires. Welcome in, Raiders! My name is Miku, and this is Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. We love playing story-rich games here across a wide variety of genres, and today we are playing Limbus Company, a visual novel and turn-based brawler game. Love the visual novel part of it. It's an incredible story, and if you wish to experience it for yourself, spoiler alert, we are in Intervallo 4, chapter 6.5, on the way to 7. Highly recommend playing this game. I know some of you coming from the raid are huge fans of Limbus Company, so I'm preaching to the choir here. But thank you so much for the raid, Denma. Denma, as their raid message suggests, is currently running 2 Vampire the Masquerade campaigns. So if you were talking about Blood Fiends, Kindred, the power of blood, if you want some vampire action and tabletop RPG storytelling, Den Mother Plays is an incredibly talented individual. They are a masterful storyteller and community builder, and they love playing a lot of tabletop RPGs on their channel, getting guests as well. And she also put up the Motherload Studios, which is a creator-first, creator-focused organization to create stories and tell stories in really incredible ways. So Nero, thank you for coming in on the raid. Altizia, Adama, Tavi, already Intervallo 4. Crazy progress. I feel like I'm not making enough progress. We're almost at Intervallo. We're almost at Canto 7. But my god, Canto 6. I still get it is so wild. It is so wild. I get the vampire reference now. Yeah, they were just talking about blood fiends and blood and the power of blood. So they're like, this is literal blood points. When they wrote this Intervallo, they were probably having a Vampire the Masquerade session. Oh, and Denma is lurking. Ads? God damn it! The ad break! Professional streamer, everyone. I forgot to snooze the ad break. But Raiders, welcome in. If you do need to raid and run and avoid spoilers, please do not feel pressure to stay. I appreciate your presence either way. Thank you for joining Denma on the raid. I hope you had a great session. I hope to listen in on more of your sessions as time goes on. I hope you're having fun with your vampire campaign. We will continue the story now. Spoiler alert. But hey, if you're in for more vampire shenanigans, we are dealing with a blood fiend now. And we're looking for the Blood Fiend.
잠깐! 관리자 나리! 이 사람 좀 보게! 아직 살아있는 자가 있네!
Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere. Sorry, let me get out of the way.
들어오지 마 이놈들이. 이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
Cleanup agent.
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
어? 아니야, 이거는.
Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, and cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief. Oh, Greg.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지 괴물인지 한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다. 의체. 다행이네요.
오케이.
전 또 그 미친 놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
You're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through the identities, I can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this train. Welcome back from the ad break. Sorry I didn't catch it. Thank you for your patience.
해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서
Assist you with your
사건을
contract.
해결하는 명령을
Okay.
받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서
Oh shit.
차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니
This vampire got psychological warfare.
파우스트군! 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
That's a convenient way to say she's not connected to the internet. Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분이
Oh
의존돼
no,
있었을지도
Faust character growth. Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. I was starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. When the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on a lever.
이런 공간이 잘도 저런 걸 숨겨.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
Emergency? The cleanup agent slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall. Oh.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면 포드.
Wow, they provided for their employees. W Corp.
그럼
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
Incredible. Bye. With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어. 가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. I guess we saved one. Well, then I guess we gotta... let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on. Like. Keep on keeping on.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
So many cars. The warp train looked pretty big after all.
그려낸 대로.
저기, 저 개체부터 차가 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
반박합니다. 방금의 공격은 전혀 효율적이지 못했습니다. 제가 잠시라도 한눈을 팔면 이렇게 되는군요.
이 순간이 다.
Oh, I remember someone mentioning that Dante had some lines in the last canto as an announcer, some new lines. I never caught them.
왜냐면 예술을. 양밤이 떠올랐어요.
I wish the Dante announcer would have more to say.
칼날이 잘
No
되네요.
biggie.
아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
이
이제 힘내셨네요.
되어내리라.
유쾌하게 그댄 선택했지.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
초월, 지령에게 불확실한 것은
지령.
없네. 저희 뼈를 들어잡고
My bones as the frame, my flesh as the... You're moving too much.
방금의 일격은 매우 좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
앞으로 하나. 소리와 호흡을 멈추고.
되어낼
Let's go.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고
Red space and time. I'm in space.
헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
한 번에 이렇게나 마치 양밤이 떠올랐어요.
Use Merceau's new ego on the boss fight. Okay. This is the one where you have to... We tried to use it before, but we couldn't fish out a red card. A red skill. Like, we're supposed to fail the clash, right? With the red.
마침내.
Red skill isn't part of it. Yeah, the ego buffs it. Like, you mentioned that we use the ego and then lose a red flash.
이 순간이 다.
We'll try.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고.
결정, 해동, 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 예측할 수 없게. 방금 어떻게 하신 거죠? 깜짝 놀랐어요.
낫도 방도치 숨을 다하도록 베어낼 뿐.
칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
그려낸 것
그게 흥분해요.
이 순간이 베어낼.
If you lose yield my flesh, you can claim their bones. Okay.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아,
그려낸
감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
낫도 방도치 숨을 다하도록 베어낼 뿐. 이 순간을 다하도록 베어내린다. 숨 막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했음.
이게 심장이
So after Rodia and after Rodia and Heathcliff, Sword of Spider, House of Spiders. That's it? That's complete for House of Spiders?
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내.
So after I claim Rodia, my set will be complete! Incredible.
몰아치는 것을.
Let me go ahead and pet the cats for you, shopkeeper.
좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서 야구 선수가 되어 홈런을 날렸더라면
Missing
이런
Faust?
기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
Yeah, I'm missing Rodia. Just Rodia. Alright, BRB. Thank you for petting the cats. That means we are at, wow, 5 hours. We're fine. Oh, almost 6. We're good. Thankfully, I don't have to wake up too early tomorrow. Prosthetic fixers. Good, we have boxes. We're almost there, yeah. Really enjoying this Intervallo though. I keep forgetting. There we go.
마침내.
시연합니다.
필연적 절대적 칼날이 잘 드네요. 아마 그 공격이 약점이었겠죠?
낫도 방도치 숨을 다하도록 베어내.
욕정.
여러분들에게 유리한 효과가 적용되었습니다. 시연합니다. 뭐 제가 제공한 것은 아니긴
Thanks for the
하지만
carrot.
마음 먹고 공격하시고.
It is now a carrot.
방금 어떻게 하신 거죠?
That is a good carrot.
보여드려야겠군요. 웬만한 예술을.
조금씩 나아가고 있네요.
그대는 어디까지 가고
계속
있어?
힘내세요.
실험적인 피해를 입었군요. 역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요. 아, 감사의 인사는 괜찮습니다.
Hold up. Why are we fighting? What? Wait, what? Wait. Why are we fighting? Oh, okay. It's a northern blood fiend. Not northern blood fiend. It's a northern blood bag. I thought we were fighting the boss.
지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
Yeah, just a northern blood bag.
랜담 사활을 걸.
이게 심장이. 이게 심장이.
운명적인 소리였어. 저희 뼈를 그리자. 이제 신선해요.
Love the impact of the
방금의
weapons.
좋았습니다. 제가 만약 도시에서
미래를
야구 선수가 되어
가져와봤지.
홈런을 날렸더라면 이런 기분이지 않았을까 싶군요.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
그 소리는 가자.
그 순간력을 앞으로 하나. 아비규환.
직원들이 유리한 조건에
양반이
있습니다.
떠올랐어요.
아, 동남님이 말씀하시길 이번 전투가 성공적으로 끝난다면 근사한 회식에 데려가 주신다고 하더군요. S사 촛불 수국
오랫한 검의 길에 한 걸음 더.
이 순간이 다도 베어내리라.
Deserving of
지리멸렬.
Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
어? 이건 또 뭐야?
We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
T-Corp.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아. 혹시 W4구도.
Well, time stuff, right?
수사뿐이 아니라 날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지 못한 우리 림버스 컴퍼니에게 이리 급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지. 부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼. 아, 부서졌다고 하니까 생각난 건데 이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
Yeah, T. That's pretty far up. ABC, press T. Or L Corp. Well, point is, W Corp's willing to work with T Corp. It was difficult for me to ignore how Rodya hurriedly swerved to a different subject as though she'd made a mistake. Even the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself.
피덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요. 같은 모델의 의체가 많이 보이네요.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
혹시 이분은?
We were walking through the bloody train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. She has fantastic hair. Ishmael? I know, right? The color of sunset.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
How did she recognize him?
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
The color of a soul eater? You mean the jokes that you say about gingers? Or redheads? I don't know. I wonder how that came about. Makes sense. That would explain all these broken prosthetic arms and legs in this car.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님.
Likely.
전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Yeah, repair wouldn't. Maybe
하나의
so.
상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Good for them. Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. She's suffering from withdrawals, chat. She's suffering from the confiscation of her device. She's suffering from internet withdrawals. She needs Faust GPT. Multiple possible interpretations depending on one's perspective, despite the fact that this is but a single scene. I will remember both of your inputs. It's pretty old. Thin it was somehow about how the mutation affects them in the olden days. Oh, okay, because they were like, they stood out and they were different, so like people made up stuff about them and the rumors just spread. You alright, Faust? It was rare to see any actual expression from her. I was starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만. 네.
Probably because she can't make sense of everything.
마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요. 평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요.
Okay, that sounded heavy. There's something about the sun and the hair color, and if I'm not wrong, it also affects their pain receptors. Don't trust me too much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's something genetic about it. But yeah, obviously they're people. They're also just people. But it's interesting. I didn't know something about it affecting their pain receptors.
대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과
these three, man.
혈양만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
The three of them are so they can be so grim in a poetic way. This sense I find myself mired in is not unlike your own. It is like lying my back over an unseen grave. For the reflection of radiance upon my eyes, and the sanguine scent hanging from the tip of my olfactory sensors tells me naught of the forging path. What in the world? It seemed that Ishmael and Isang picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and it seemed that Ishmael and Isang picked up on the first part of her sentence, however, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation.
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
Aw, team building! Let's go!
그건 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
Give some bad stuff and some good stuff. Well, pros to cons to everything.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
Yeah, let's positive reinforcement. Let's go. Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다.
Okay. That's where Mephi is.
현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
Which means
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
Okay. Just beyond that door, maybe. I still think it's the first
대빵이라는 거
girl we met.
아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데 정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
Vampire Hunters.
생각해보면 피주머니라는 것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈출을 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
Yeah. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength. There's a gene mutation that makes you basically immune to malaria. However, if you have two of the gene, it just kills you. Life is such a miraculous thing sometimes. Too much of a good thing. Now you're dead. And all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발 폭발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아.
Time to act. Time to act.
하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네. 그러니 서두르세.
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. She's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the Blood Fiend is the key to completing our contract. With that, I open the door, leading to the last car of this train. I'm worried for Dawn, chat. I'm worried for Dawn. I'm worried our predictions will come true. They animated a little girl. That's not a good sign. The one who lords. Funny, I know someone who grips. I know the lord who... the one who grips. Ah, shit. There we go.
마침내.
This room.
다들 왜 그런 표정이지? 왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면
Oh, Prince! Even Prince! Alright.
제사가 이 모든 일의 원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 헬비인군요.
Who you?
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
I kneel to no one.
누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권 소비자. 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
Refuge from... So he's a runaway. Sixth kindred in refuge from his family. And the rightful prince who shall reign over thee. Okay. Whatever, bro. Sixth kindred. So in vampire terms, he's not even like... Not only is he, refuge from his family, so... hiding from his family, his own clan. Sixth kindred as well. So he's not even up on the totem pole. Sixth generation. So... what do we usually play as in Vampire? Yeah, 6th gen. But it gets diluted the more, like 1st gen Cain Cain? Or was it? Whatever. 1st gen, 2nd gen, 3rd gen, 4th gen. 6th gen! You're just a 6th gen runaway! 8 to 10? Okay, well, still, 6. It's like, come on, man. Cassette, and a name like Cassetti. Cassetti, forget. You're so forgetty. I'm gonna forgetty this guy.
열차에서 일어난 모든 사륙이 이놈이 벌인 짓인가?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지. 자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장. 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는
Dude, this is their farm. This is his farm. His blood farm.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
Merrymaking.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면.
He seems like a minion.
될 수 없어. 대사는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어. 가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야. 그럼 그때는 가면을 벗을 수 있겠지.
내놈, 안면에 바느질을 한 자는 누구지? 솜씨가 제법이군.
당연하지. 이 가면은
Barber.
감히 이름을 입에 담기 황송한
이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만
Oh god, I'm reminded of Silent Hill F and the stitching there.
아파. 아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군.
He's bloody loon, ain't it?
다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
The hell?
주위나 둘러봐. 넌 혼자야.
13 of us, yeah.
것 같냐?
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
Yeah, well, we cut through most of them.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도
Yeah, there, we blasted through so many blood bags.
보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 것. 기억하고 있어요. 난 말이야, 아주 강해. 그리고 이 새로운 왕국에서 물러날
There's just one car left, buddy. Where else are you gonna go?
이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아.
So...
내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데? 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까? 이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을, 이 자유를. 하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러.
It all leads back to the Northern Fixer.
대령된다는 건
잠깐!
Okay, explain yourself. Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, I forgot her name, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. Cassetti shrinks into his throne at the sudden intrusion, terror apparent on his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 겐가?
No, Dawn.
저길 보게나. 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인 혈기일세.
When's the little girl gonna show up to traumatize Dawn?
처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네.
She turned them.
혈기. 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
아, 정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰로 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나. 나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
Their little kingdom.
그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 근데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 죽기 싫다라고. 그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
Oh no!
다 할 수 있다고!
Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinner, striking them even before Faust's hurried shout had fully died away. Damn, she's kindred.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라? 가족들이 날 찾으러 온 줄 알았다고!
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
Lord Cassetti. That's his sire. Okay.
소개하지.
Yeah, she's kindred.
이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권속.
Jesus.
나의 왕국을, 가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만
No.
정익한의 인간들은 전부 형편없는 놈들 뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을
No, the little girl.
보내주었습니다.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
But then she's like seventh generation. It's.
그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요.
Okay.
정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
아마 권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가? 우리가 처음 보았을 때부터?
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈을
There, see, red eyes.
의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
That was so sus already to me. That she was so desperate. Like, oh, Ryoshi has red eyes. Oh yeah. That did buy her time though. Well played. I only thought she was the Blood Fiend or Kindred 2 cars later. So I realized too late.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그
Oh no, Dawn.
내가 말했지.
She can't save everyone.
숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은 길수록 좋다.
The little girl's gonna show up. No. Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. A smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. Here it comes. I knew that passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend. But I had hope that we'd be spared this sight.
어린 아이도 있었다네. 알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지.
Now she'll never grow up.
해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어. 그이 닥치시게. 정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가. 그이 닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. She was already charging full speed at her with her lance drawn. Uh-oh. Well, at least, like, they show the flashback of the little girl, but there's still time. They still might show us art of the blood bag girl, but I don't know. The blood bag little girl. Yeah, I know. Like, I know she's a blood bag girl, but I'm worried that they were actually gonna animate it. But like I said, there might still be time to traumatize us with that image.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도록 배우네.
Final. We're almost. The secret's out. We're finding the last blood bags. (28) Oh shit. These were some long notes.
단단히 포기하지 마시게.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
결정. 해도 좋아해.
적의 숨이 끊겼습니다. 동랑님이 보고 계셨다면 좋았을 텐데요. 평소에 제게 싸우면 어떤 재미가 없을 거라고 놀리셨거든요.
좋구려.
I wonder if Dawn gets a buff here.
그대는
꽤 잘 먹혀 들어가는 공격이었습니다. 제 지시를 정확하게.
So we got some awesome Faust development, and now we're getting ready for Don Quixote. Her whole canto will be about challenging her ideals. Will it make her jaded in the world of fixers, or will she become a fixer of her? Will she become a superhero? The superhero of her dreams.
적이 치명적인 피해를 입었군요.
I'm pretty sure she will.
역시 유능한 자가 마이크를 잡으니 전투도 손쉽게 이루어지네요.
She's gonna change the world of fixers. She's gonna make it a better profession.
단단히 포기하지 마시게.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라.
I'd like to believe Don Quixote will be able to overcome all that and establish a line of fixers that are more focused on honor and justice and doing good deeds. Like superheroes.
진절머리가 나는 건 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
Dude didn't read the rule book, man. Dude didn't read the rule book. There's a reason why players who usually you're they intended to play the 6th or 7th or 8th generation, basically very diluted. You can't just go around and become a sire because there's all these, you know, the caste system, the hierarchies, the blood purity, it all matters. Anyway, did you hear that Ham Ham Pang Pang entry quiz? What? Why would they gatekeep their cafe? Or is it just for fun?
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
시원하. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 출퇴는 그 어버이가 거둬야 하는 개소.
This is also very vampire. Here's another problem about like going around just turning. Another problem with that, with the vampires so entrenched already in a rigid caste, you know, in a rigid society of vampires and Vampire the Masquerade. From what I know, the little I know, is that also you are responsible for your kindred's actions. So if your kindred messes up, they may take your life. It must be the responsibility of a parent to clean up the mess of the child. Scalpers? Resellers? Wait, what? How are they allowed to loiter in front of the cafe? With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground and... An armor of hardened blood materialized over the Bloodfiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make our skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면 왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지. 그렇죠. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을.
Oh, sorry, I skipped that. I was gonna pause and also highlight the fact that it's so ironic that he is this king, this prince, this king is sitting in economy. Okay, look, I take economy flights, okay? But in this situation, I am the prince, I am the risen king. I'm like, dude, you're sitting in economy. Come on. Oh god. It just adds to his you know, it's very pitiful. 6th generation runaway vampire trying to start his own clan or dynasty and failing miserably at it. In a kingdom that only exists in this dimension. Like, what's the point? It's like cut off from the rest of the multiverse. It's like, okay, bro. At least you can pick your preferred game. So Limbus, Lobotomy Corp only don't have to answer questions about the other games. Wait, sorry. I may have missed something. We're talking about scalpers now? Wait. Okay, did you hear that there is a Ham Ham Pang Pang, the cafe, has an entry quiz? And then I asked, like, oh, they're gatekeeping it now? You can't enter if you can't do a quiz? Or is it just for fun, the quiz? And you mentioned, no, they're scalpers, resellers. So they buy merch in bulk inside. Thank you for the hydrate, Altizia. At least you can pick your preferred game. So Limbus, Library for when Lobotomy Incorporated, and only don't have to answer questions about the other games. Are we talking about different things? Like the scalpers and then the quizzers? Oh, okay. It's a quiz to not get scalpers in. If you're in, you're an actual fan. Oh. Interesting. It sounds like a fun way to deal with scalpers, but also usually how they deal with it is you have a limit. It can only be like 3. You can only buy like 3 of this thing. Like that's how people usually deal with scalpers. Like I know they're passionate fans who want to buy stuff for their friends, but you're not allowed to like buy an entire crate of the merch. I don't have an evade skill. Alright, I was gonna look at these guys' skills and the logs. Ah, crap. No log. Grovel before me. Pathetic one. Passive. Stored blood. We have to starve him of blood points, chat. Bloodthirst. Gets kidnapped. Trust us, Heathcliff. It's for the best. They should have put the quiz when buying instead of entering. Yeah, I think that might work. Like on top of the limit to purchasing.
미래를 과거와 같이
웬만한 예술을 그려낸다.
But yeah, it's like it's a cafe. The fact that you cannot enter without answering their quiz, that'll turn away potential customers who aren't fans. They just want to go to there for a cafe. I don't understand scalpers. Greed, money. They see a market. They deprive people who want these things to make them buy it at a higher price. Resellers, secondary markets. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I hate scalpers. Parasite is a good way to put it. It's like, oh, there's this new trend. Everyone wants this. I'ma hoard everything, so only I will control their supply. It's in demand, so I will control their supply. It's just, I hate it.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
I think they changed place as in that case where they fight inside the scalpers were pushed out. So when non-PM fans see the place, they can still eat there, just not buy merch. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's unreasonable to like turn away customers who just want to eat at the cafe, right? Well, it's a whole thing. Limited edition merchandise. You know, in a way as well, like companies that produce limited edition merchandise, they're also there to make money. They want you to be there at the event to get these limited items, or you'll fear of missing out. It's just made worse by scalpers. At least these limited items should go to people who are a fan of these things. Thank you for the stretch, shopkeeper. Oh god. Ugh. Wait, are we talking about the same scalpers? Scalpers are the ones that buy the items and try to sell it. You're not scalping if you buy from scalpers. Oh, or do you mean like when the scalpers take all this, when they control the supply, then it's on the company to produce more? I don't know how that... If you don't buy from the scalper, it'll take up space. Ah, yeah. That's why people say don't support scalpers. The thing is, you know, consumer habits, some people cannot help themselves. But yes, that's a general rule. Don't support the scalpers and they will be left with stock. This happened with sneakers, especially sneakers. The bubble burst, and because scalpers were everywhere for these limited sneakers. And now, since no one bought from these people, no one supported them, and they created more avenues for people to get these items legally. the scalpers basically they died out. So there are some people who like hoard 100 pairs of these shoes, and then nobody buys it, and then the company just, well, okay, we'll produce more. Because the scalpers still have to buy it, right? So they're considered sales. So okay, you bought our shoes. No one will buy from you. We're just gonna make more. And and people will buy from us. Anyway, it's a mess. Never support scalpers. Most cases, I don't know, depending on the country you live in. Some countries don't do well at protecting the consumer. It's a very gray area in a lot of places. Because there are resellers, like for items that are not available locally, there are resellers who import these things and make it available for a reasonable markup, not to gouge you. So that's a gray area there. It may sound like smuggling, but you know, given regional restrictions and for small businesses, for example, they can't afford to distribute globally. So some fans take it upon themselves to be the middleman and just like have people pay at cost plus shipping. Like that's reasonable. So you don't profit. Essentially, you don't profit. They pay for the shipping and then they get their stuff. Speaking of merch, I'm actually not sure if Limbus Company has a lot of merch in, for example, Japan. I wonder if they do. I still think scalpers go burnout. Yeah. Agree.
피가 끓어넘치는 인간은 좋아. 하지만 이건 너무 아프잖아.
If you can't deal with the
조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
Oh right, he still has blood points.
이래서는 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint, or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The Sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Don't give up, Don! Keep going! Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated.
나는 배가 많이 고파.
Dogs. Anyway, Automon is now stirring. Yeah, we agree, like, scalpers need to be punished. You're preaching to the choir here, but let's not get very nasty in chat about it. And, you know, fighting fire with fire and all that. They do have merch, but not a lot. The director thinks that international distribution is hard to organize when it comes to Australia. Yeah, like we were talking about that, right? Like the difficulties of international distribution.
배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른 게 변명이 된다고 생각하는가?
닥쳐! 너는 몰라.
This guy's so pathetic, man.
200년 동안 먹은 비라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한.
Now, what I'm very curious now about
떠올리기 싫어.
the family he's from and the existence of blood fiends and this, you know, the fact that they are a thing in this universe. So I'm actually very intrigued now as to where this is gonna lead to. You don't know how awful it is to survive for 200 years in a disgusting blah 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 blah.
닥쳐! 조용히 해! 아니야. 잘못했어요.
Jesus.
한 모금만 주세요. 소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
이놈이 전부 짓이겨져 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
Uh-oh. He's in a rage. But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't... Oh yeah, what's she doing?
나의 자식! 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를 베풀어 주었다. 그러니 너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게...
이놈들의 약점을 찾아 이놈이 내게 매달렸던 것처럼 저놈들이 우리에게 매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면.
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 의체 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다.
Uh-oh.
의체를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로
Did you figure us out?
목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이 저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요.
We're the
지켜야 할
linchpin.
것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는 이렇게 중요한 것을 쉽사리 흘리고 잊어버리죠.
Why are we listing these things? With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. Yeah, I was bamboozled, Avora. I thought it was gonna take 3 hours. Sasha picked up from the ground the master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. We dropped it? I'm not complaining though, it's such a great node. I'm enjoying everything we're playing in Limbus Company. Yeah, it's no problem, no worries, because we were yapping as well. The master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars.
막으세요, 돈키호테.
Uh-oh.
버버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Now you can go to first class. Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Merceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The blood fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the keycard.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를 왕국의
He got upgraded to
번영을
first class. No! Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
단테. 파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 헤쳐오고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던
Oh, you're not at fault. From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. But even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully after analyzing the information we brought you. Maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus, the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. Welcome in, Rodion, the nurse father. Not the first time here. You're literally in our... Wait, what? You're here? Heathcliff is here. What is going on? The new IDs are here. Remember, thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself.
그렇군요. 저는
She's beginning to believe.
불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요.
Among many,
마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건 저자나 우리 둘 다 절박하다는 것이죠. 그렇다면 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데. 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마.
Then you stop regenerating.
이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면.
아니, 협상이라니 어찌 그런... 그것은 악인가의 타협 아닌가?
I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners are already unconscious. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that. No! Don Quixote! The real world. I don't want the real world to influence her.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So, Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 악칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를
Can we feed him to Mephi?
보아하니까 저 시계는
yeah, sure.
너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 니놈은 그 종이고.
The best retainer.
그렇습니다.
좋아.
Wow. He's falling for it.
왕끼리 대화해야지.
관리자 나리.
We'll be back in a minute, Don Quixote. Trust, trust. Thus, we left the incapacitated sinners in Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로
At deception!
도박이란 것을
At a gamble.
합니다.
What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Oh, exciting.
내가 원망한 만큼 아비인 당신들도 절망해야 공평한 거잖아.
29.
모두 지원해자.
So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles?
처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고.
This bus awoke me from my slumber? Huh?
화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도.
Oh, he was in the freight car.
길직 퍼레이드를 열 계획도, 권속을 만들 계획도.
He got kicked out of freight class.
단테.
Hmm?
연결된 것 같습니다.
Ooh. Faust GPT online. The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토펠레스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Ding! Did you know that this would work? No.
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
Oh no, she's learning to gamble. A faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lips as she jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니
Yeah, Faustnet online.
파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤 샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만.
Huh? What kind of lore is this? I would like to make a complaint. Oh, she said, I am a Faust that is okay with like uncertainty. I would like to make a complaint against the Fausts in the Gesellschaft management regarding the fact that they neglected to list the information pertaining to the loss of connection within the interiors of the warp trains. She's gonna file a ticket to Faust management. She's like, mods! Oh my god. Gesellschaft management. Interesting.
제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
Faust gently advanced toward the blood fiend.
협상에 대한 이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에
Oh yeah, totally royalty.
보통의 인간들이랑 다른
Prince.
나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주
Oh,
오랫동안
if we tell his clan, he's done for.
그리고 너희들은 이곳을 나가는 것이 목표지. 안 그래? 카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야.
We're gonna reach our destination eventually.
도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
Faust, what about the job we were contracted to do in the first place? There's still gonna be a mind wipe.
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질
Yeah.
저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다. 저 혈기를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만
Well, we will remember.
이렇게 되면 저희는
Dante will
단순한
remember.
힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠. 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
Psychological stability. It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train? It's just gonna keep reaping, and its future passengers. I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. We can't let him win. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we going to have to let them die? Is this how it's gonna fuel into Canto 7? Innocent lives will be lost, but we cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet, Don Quixote comes in. Okay. Don Quixote! I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
What's he gonna do?
악인의 만행을
Oh, wow.
원치하고 앞으로 향하는 이
Eons of penance upon thee.
놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
Damn! Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of her grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스트군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도
No.
잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
And I guess there's a memory wipe.
돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Is this gonna be a defeat? I'm at the edge of my seat. Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Wait, Don Quixote, no! In the commotion, we failed to notice that the blood fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second? A second too late? I didn't fall asleep. My model lost tracking.
만드는 것을 용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
Oh no! Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs before we even have the chance to do anything.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고 생각하진 않았는데.
Solution? Faust, what do you mean the solution?
이전에도 보았지만 다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면 단테, 제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요. 그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감.
와. Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own. She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. Oh, the running shoes. And I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Unfocused backstage. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Don Quixote?
어? 운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
Girl loves her shoes. She doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
Salute. Nope, I think I'm good. Salute.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아.
TikTok
어머니가 째깍이 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
로신한테는 냄새나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
대피.
Evacuate. Cute. Don Quixote, don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those running shoes. I mean, Rocinante.
관리자 나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니. 그거 참 친절하군.
I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느 상황이든 간에 로신한테와 떨어질 수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Plight and delight. Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes, Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
웃는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
So I guess she just takes a bath in them. She looks at me with puzzled eyes as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. They were something much more than just your favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense too, but she didn't notice anything strange about herself. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? Ow! An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. Then, darkness. We have Vampire Dawn? What the shit is going on? In all-absorbing darkness, voice is our only light. Second kindred? Wait. How did you? I should have felt your. Wait, what? Did this kindred actually intervene? Wait. Is Dawn the second kindred? What? Wait. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering, I think I saw red eyes. Question mark, Don Quixote. I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. Ah, okay, I get it. So, his family, he got doxxed on Mephistopheles. We reconnected with Faustnet. He reconnected with Camarilla Network. I don't know. Or Dawn's a vampire. I don't know. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, pathetic. Ancestor. Filial impiety. What do they mean by that? Diableris bad, you know, drinking from higher vampires. Okay, wait, I don't know yet if this is just some mind intervention or if Dawn is actually the second kindred. Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth, before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
네 놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 제약을 저지른 채로
Travel against the bloodstream.
용납되지 않았고.
Against your ancestor. What the shit?
굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling and dipping to the ground. He melts rapidly yet ponderously like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor, heated under the searing sun. So Faust knows. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래, 그대가
Promise
그
timepiece.
약속의 시계인가?
Part of the contract? Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로시난테를
Rocinante. Okay, we'll give you back your shoes. Queen. Princess. I don't know. Slip them onto her bare feet one by one. It's like Cinderella. God damn it. And this is in the era of internet feet fetish in gacha games. They somehow found a way to insert feet, chat. Now we got some degenerates wondering, oh, I wonder how it smells like. We don't even know if it's clean feet. It's just bare feet. We have to ask these questions, chat. For the sake of the internet. And all gacha feet lovers. It may look clean, but it could stink. Curdling and crumbling, dripping to the ground. Bare feet is just, she doesn't have any. What's bothering me is she doesn't even wear socks. She doesn't even wear socks, chat. She gasped, stumbled, and slumped to the ground. Dude, she doesn't even wear socks. What the hell? That's what I got out of this kanto. No, I can understand if she bathed with the shoes, right? Then it would stay relatively clean, I guess. If she bathed, I'm sure she bathes. So if you bathe with your shoes, it's fine. Bloodfiends are scared of water. That's the rumor. We don't know for sure if they melt from water. Garlic, water, and stuff. These are just rumors. We don't know. Because if she didn't bathe, people would have commented on it long ago. Like the general body odor. And if her feet really stank, I don't think the people on the bus will be able to stand it. And we've been cooped up in that bus for years. Or months. So there is some hygiene going on. Some, I'm pretty sure. That's why she said they're just scruffy looking. Which is true. Some shoes can be really scuffy, but still smell good if you maintain them. So I assume she bathes with them. It's fine. It might have been light foreshadowing. Wait, dude, if she was a vampire, or well, no, if she could be a dampier, half vampire. Because vampires don't photograph, right? Or they don't appear in mirrors, but so many questions. Okay, wait, that is so badass though. I thought it was a oh, you know, let's just finish this first. Can somebody explain what just happened?
누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. I thought we were not supposed to talk about this. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock, all that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassette.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다. 관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
It is appropriate. Okay.
그랬지.
Well, good work, everyone.
하지만 여기서 대부분이라 함은 셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
Uh-oh. Wait.
뭐라?
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트,
단테, 동교테.
그리고 아직 의식을 되찾지 못한.
Welcome in, Koyo. Welcome to the table. We're finishing up the Intervallo. The photo and her company ID is normal. Or they could have made it that way, right? But yeah, it's funny to think about. It's interesting to think about the Blood Fiend lore here. They seem to follow a similar structure as Vampire the Masquerade, but because of that, they could lull us into a false sense of predictability and throw curveballs at us. Because it's like, oh, you played Vampire the Masquerade? We're putting a twist on it this way. They can photograph. They can be in mirrors. Mephi probably smells horrid because it's eating a lot of bodies daily. I have a feeling it's designed to be airtight. The compartment with Mephi. And Mephi probably eats cleanly. No spillage. Just devours. No blood splatter or viscera anywhere. So the bodies are cleanly and hygienically processed. I'm pretty sure Faust considered that.
뭐야, 그런 거예요?
Wow, you were spot on. When did you even have the time to notice that? Oh boy.
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
Oh, okay. Wow, thank you, Marceau. Thank you.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는
Deep
지장이
slumber.
없으니 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation, how she practically erased the blood fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. We're getting so many interventions that, you know, I'm not mad about it. It's just, this is a cool reveal. This is such a cool reveal. I'm glad it wasn't a, like, the Camarilla swoop in and put this child in their place. She's actually second kindred. That's so metal. But I also remember Faust's last words.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가
Because it's part of her contract, somehow. Don Quixote was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with silence. It's only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know, just say contractual obligations. People are under...
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드 키는 어디 있는 건가?
Oh, shit. Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Far more presentable. Oh no, wait, what?
반액체 상태가 되었다. 의자의 손가락 뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
He flipped us off before he died. No, he's flipping us off after dying. The dude is flipping us off after dying. Not like this. He's flipping us off from the afterlife. Wait, oh.
다들 침착하세요. 침착해.
Calm down, Sinclair. Calm down.
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
마스터 카드 키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
오케이.
어떻게?
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
Kill them all?
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
메피스토 팰리스의 뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
Huh? The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So we headed to the corridor, past the back door. Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, and arrived at our destination. What was the? It would have taken her 5 hours. Maybe that was a joke. Maybe that was Faust joking. Heathcliff's solution to every problem. Can we bash it? Can we bash it? Can we bash it yet?
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
후두둑, 후두둑.
Sandy pitter, sandy patter. What's that supposed to be? Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은
Oh, they
뒷사람이 해줄
skip.
거야.
They time skip.
그게
Okay.
어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
I hate sand. Some time ago. Okay, they time skip. Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다. A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초. 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히
time scale.
이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지 않았습니다. 예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
Necessary for future endeavors.
뭐? 야, 그럼
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
Did we have our beach episode? With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건 뭐야 여기 실내 아니야? 그런데 대체 왜
눈이 안 떠져요.
Oh, ow, ow. I hear sandstorms can tear your flesh clean off.
이게 모래가 이게 설마 모래바람이야? 천장도 멀쩡히 달려있는데
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. But Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. So, we managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corps platforms. Timey-wimey stuff. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is. And with our bodies completely covered in sand.
이대로 도착 못하는 줄 알았어요.
멀쩡한 승격이잖아. 어떻게?
We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of the cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
Oh, they...
그러고 보니 저기 있는 수면용 포드에 직원분이 자고 계세요.
We get to keep our memories?
아, 그거 듣기만 해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
Oh my god, what happened to him? We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agents crawled into. Oh no.
아무도 없는데요.
There isn't anyone there. What happened to him?
여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
I doubt that. Why would W Corp bother installing those then?
모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
L Corp. They're not W Corp, they're L Corp. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 것이요?
오늘따라 올해도 파자더만. 이제
Had a nice
왔겠냐?
kip.
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에 듣도록 하지.
네. W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는 것은 ACCA를 통해
Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토 팰레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지. 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 자리를 비켜주겠다.
Minute hand. I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? What? Faust's body was, quite literally, blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. Oh. It was as though she knew that it was going to happen. Okay, yeah.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
Well, she told us to hide. Why did she not hide herself? Ah. Virgilius is rubbing off on us.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that Don Quixote is...
그것이라면 ACB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 봤습니다.
Of course. Part of her contract.
관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 ACA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
Is this an appropriate moment?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다.
Yes.
파우스트를
Upper
포함한 모든
management,
연락이
man.
기절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Headquarters is just Project Moon. As my connection to all communications, including one to Faust, had been severed. All communications, including one. So I was not in a position to receive the headquarters authorization for that action. Oh, all communications, okay. So she's also connected to headquarters in a way. Right. The fact that Faust could use FaustNet implies that there's a Faust router on the bus. Oh my god. They have a mesh network in the bus.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나 돌아왔구려.
Yeah, we're back. Return. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next on our path, and the usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Isang's rather nebulous question.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
Her? She shot a puzzled look at Isang.
나름대로 꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Oh. Isang mused ambiguously before leaving us. Yeah, because she recruited Isang, right? In the Avengers Initiative style, umbrella in hand. She recruited Isang. Maybe that, and then they connected her to Faustnet in the headquarters, and I guess she was lost, or she changed. So that's why Isang was like, that's what you meant earlier. And I think Isang was able to figure out that this is the Faust that he probably initially met when they were forming the Avengers. I guess. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn so much. But it is too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace.
그래서 대체 P사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가? 아이, 복구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고.
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어요.
꼬맹이 진짜 엄청난 모험 하나 놓쳤어.
How long were we in the sandstorm?
덕분에 방금 귀에 마지막 남은 모래알갱이가 떨어져 나갔네요.
The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. It is possible that the engine works as a Faust router. Yeah, that actually might be it. The heart of Mephistopheles. She connected, definitely. Resonated with it. The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildered awakening, grinning. There's no way to know what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P Corp was located, but we got this, right? The same faith I saw in the Faust who believes in uncertainty rises within me too. Believe in the Faust who believes in me. I looked up to Faust only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bough. GG. Not 12 hours. We're done. We have to sleep. We have to sleep. Or I'm gonna be a zombie tomorrow. Or I'm gonna be a blood bag tomorrow. Trailer for the Kanto. We can check that. The dream ending. We are going to go full speed ahead to Kanto 7. Look at this. Let's get a preview of the music. Some messed up amusement park vibes. Alright, P Corp District 16, the dream ending on next episode. What do you think about the Intervallo? I really enjoy these Intervallos. What I loved about these Intervallos was that they were also character focused. Well, all of them, what am I saying? The whole game is like very character focused. But time killing time, I love the time we got with Rodia and the trio that we would never expect. Ryoshu, Honglu, Rodia. It is so fun to just see them, like, how their chemistry would work. Three of them together, and it really worked for me. And we also got some Rodia development. And then Murder on the Warp Express coming in expecting like a whodunit mystery kind of thing. I did not expect vampires. I did not expect blood fiends. I did not expect vampires. And I totally did not expect, like, I was so worried about, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, and I was so worried for Don Quixote because over the course of the journey, she has been tested. Her idealism, her code of honor, her principles. You know, these will it is going to be a constant battle for her. It is a constant battle for her. She will always be tested with every episode. And now that we're coming into her canto, I of course am concerned and invested in her, and I believe in her sense of justice. And I'd like to believe in that as well. And I didn't know how we were gonna get out of it. I thought I didn't want to disappoint her, but the gamble paid off. Like it again, it is another intervention, another kind of divine intervention in terms of how are we gonna get out of this one? Oh, this guy tries to drink her blood. And I was wondering, how is this ideal? And then things happen, explosion. Like, oh, he's actually a second kindred, second generation. So that's very powerful. If the first generation of vampires, they go all the way to biblical era to Cain, or was it Abel? Cain and Abel. Anyway, they're like the first generation. The devil himself, I think, is like the beginner. Like Lucifer, I think is, I forget the lore, but like Patient Zero, for example, was like where it all began, was like Lucifer or something. And then Cain and Abel is like first generation, and then to be second generation, in essence, it's just really powerful. So like, holy crap, we have that level of, that power level being suppressed in her body. It's like, what's the story behind that? I'm so curious now how this canto is going to go, because that's the last thing I expected. Like, I didn't expect her to be second kindred vampire, and then now we're getting into her canto. So it was really such a great teaser to hype up what's gonna come next, because I do find it fascinating about testing this, to test someone's ideals, who is so idealistic, who has this strong sense of justice, who wants to be the superhero, and to be gruelly tested in such a dystopian reality. Like, can good people still exist, like, to that level of without compromise? Like, can someone as bright as Don Quixote without compromise succeed and survive in such a world? And I already find that interesting. So now that she has some vampire kindred past, it's like, okay, I did not expect that, but I'd love to see how it all comes together. Cain's curse? Okay, so it's Cain's curse. So Cain is like I forgot what they call it, the first vampire, because he murdered his brother, right? And because of that, he was cursed to always hunger for blood. And that's how the first vampire came about. And I don't know why God allowed him to sire more vampires, but God works in mysterious ways. So Cain's line was able to persist throughout history, and in Vampire the Masquerade, we get like 7th, 8th generation vampires now. But yeah, so in Vampire the Masquerade terms, she is close to divinity. Much like Blue, much like Virgilius, Red. So in her, she's actually on the level of a color fixer, but she doesn't know about it. And then like, that is fascinating to me. Like, what's the situation with Don Quixote? Someone who is harboring essentially what is close to the first vampire, an embodiment of the curse of a sin. It's like, So I'm very excited for the next canto. So it hit all the right notes. It hyped me up for the next canto. I had a great time with offline Faust. And Isang also was like, it is a delight to meet her again. So, I just love how much is said in these few lines. How in just a few lines I can just like, kind of nod and understand and feel the history behind these words. And the amount of sentiment that goes behind it. It's just so good. They don't have to explain everything. Like Isang doesn't have to say, "Oh, it is nice to meet the Faust I first met." Like there's no over explaining. So I love that. I love the writing. They talk like they're having an actual conversation, an actual dialogue. I don't see the writer's hand much in the writing. It feels like the characters are talking to each other. They are not, exposition dumping to the audience. And yes, you need to pay a bit more attention. Sometimes, things are going to fly over my head. I'm not going to be able to catch on some, I won't be able to get everything. But it's just so well written that, given my literary level, I feel like I'm able to get so much out of the story. There's so much hidden between the lines. And it's just so satisfying just having that seep in slowly and through dialogue, through character dialogue. It's just continues to impress me. Your children will be at each other's throats forever. That's the curse. Okay. So that explains that. So it is intended by God to be like, all right, you vampires are gonna feud amongst yourselves. But then, they bring humanity into it and it's a mess. But here we go. God works in mysterious ways. So yeah, I find it so fascinating. The Don Quixote is I already loved her as a character, and it's you throw this at us and what? Who's the first kindred then? And why is she in our bus? Why is the second kindred on our bus? And what is the contract? Everyone has their secrets. Each of our sinners has their contract. And we got a glimpse of that. Oh, what is that? Hold up, chat. That was worrisome. I thought something exploded. Okay, we're fine. I think one of my appliances just kind of hiccup. But yeah. I love these intervalos. Time Killing Time and Murder on the Warp Express. Really love this intervallo. And now we're going to be going to Dream Ending next episode. So thank you for joining us for this extended stream. I am so curious now about Don Quixote's lore. I was already so invested in her being tested, her ideals being tested against the dystopian society. It's so difficult to be good. It's usually more often, it's more difficult to do the right thing to be good in such a world. So I was already compelled by that. By her character in being able to, explore her sense of justice in such a messed up world, and that even and to inspire people. I'm sure in the end, she inspires the sinners around her to also be, more heroic, more caring and whatnot. To remind them of that. Perhaps, we were all young once. Perhaps you all believed in superheroes and knights in shining armor. And it's just so refreshing to have Don Quixote bring that forward. But then now we get a vampire angle. So that's super cool. Remember Kit, the guy we raided a little bit ago who was on Kanto 1? Oh, the Foxo. Kit the Fox. Let me load the trailer up. Season 5. I haven't been able to tune in. I hope Kit's enjoying the story. Main monitor. He got manager Dawn and said that Dawn is obvious that was not Vamp. He's going to be shocked. Oh, I hope he doesn't. Oh, okay. He got manager Dawn and said that Dawn is obviously not a vampire. I may have missed it, whatever hints out there, but this was totally unexpected for me. It feels like they just pull it out of their ass in an okay way, because everyone has their secrets. We don't know. Everyone has their story, their contract. But I had no, like, other sinners may have like hinted about bits of their contract, like, you know, Heathcliff with Catherine and whatnot. Still though, we don't know the full extent of anyone's contracts. I just did not expect Don Quixote to have a whole vampire kindred aspect to her. It's like, my God, where did that even come from? No, we don't have to explain Faust Chord. What they explained in the story is what I have. Until they elaborate on that more, I'm not sure where else I can read about Faust Chord. Whether it's in Dante. If it's in Dante's notes, we can read that. We got manager Don. He's gonna be surprised for sure. We kept telling him to read the Updike story, not to read the Updike story. Yeah. What we know of Faust Chord is through what we have in Intervallo. It is new to me. I didn't know anything about. She kept talking about Faust, this, Faust, that, and then she brought in that guest shell, the management, like the Faust management, and yeah, there's like more to that than like how's Faust's Canto gonna end up like. It's gonna be so cool. She talks in old speech while looking young. That doesn't scream vampire to me. Old speech to me is her being a knight in shining armor upon her steed Rocinante. And her being young, I thought she was just a young sinner, a child, not child, but one of the younger sinners, because the sinners come in all ages. But I didn't like I could not equate like old speech and youth to vampire. So I really didn't see it coming. I really didn't see it coming. But now that you put it, now that you put it that way, yeah. Old timey speech, eternal youth, huh? Oh, the meme. Okay, Galavar. Yeah, people have been memeing about that. Like, oh, it's Faust GPT, it's Faust Chord. For me, it is like a subreddit of Faust mains. People compare the Gesell shaft to a Discord server with a bunch of Faust talking to each other, and one who grips Faust throwing expletives at multi-crack office Faustines. Dude, I love it when memes evolve into their own kind of fanon. Oh, wait. Hold up. I think we slept. What happened? Hold up, chat. I don't know when we disconnected, but we did. Weird. What happened? Don't worry. We're awake. We're awake. Our model's just sleeping. Anyway, while I load that up. Okay, we're back. That was weird. I don't know why it disconnected, but it did. All right, we're back. One for Kanto, one to season. I have season 5. And you where's I lost the other link. Here, trailer for the Kanto. Okay. So we have season 5 and then we have the Kanto. So we're going into Kanto 7 next time. And Kit's already in Kanto 6. That's insane. That's insanely fast. And Kit reads everything. Right? Like Kit, I don't know if Kit is still reading everything, but Kit has been like reading out every dialogue out loud. He does, man. He reads fast then. Or maybe we're just slow, chat. Maybe we're just or no, or maybe he streams more often. Because we don't stream. We play other games as well. Season 5. Getting clues about Don Quixote would be tougher because, like the book, she's a sort of delusion. It is hard to parse details from a delusion this thorough. Yeah, you're right. That is so well put. She has such a powerful persona that it outshines everything. It's like, why the hell would I think of vampires when I can think of knight in shining armor and superhero of justice, right? Like, I cannot think of any Don Quixote as anything else but that. So that's why it is such a cool twist to be like, second kindred? Like, what? How does it all fit together? And I'm so excited. Only reason he didn't stream today. Oh, he streams every day. Okay. Yeah. Well, I was convinced, especially by YouTube, if you guys are watching from YouTube. Also, I noticed that there's always at least, whenever we upload a video of Limbus Company on YouTube, someone dislikes it. I'm actually wondering now, like, if you are the same person disliking it, feel free to send us feedback as to why you dislike the video. I'm just very curious because I just noticed, like, every time we upload a video of Limbus Company, there will be one dislike or two, but then it's like, it just became a pattern. So I wonder if it's the same person who is upset about something that we're doing. Anyway, if you're listening to this, I'd love your feedback. I'm open to it. Anyway, why did I start talking about our VODs? I don't remember. ADHD. Sorry about that. Why were we talking about YouTube and VODs?
이게 뭐죠? 인간들을 잡아먹으려고 하는 못된 혈기들이네요.
Blood fiends. Okay.
자, 못된 혈기들은 물리칠 절호의 찬스입니다. 너무 신나지 않나요?
떠올려보세요. 당신이 겪은 모험의 나날들에 대해서.
본인이 다 말하기에는 입 아플 정도로 위대한 모험을 하고 온 자인 것은 맞다네. 겉은 수작 부리지 말게나! 보물을 찾는 것도 물론 중요하지만 이놈 같은 악한 혈기를 물리치기 위해 우리는 이곳에 왔으니 멈춰라 로신한테! 당장 멈춰!
What?
이걸 말해두는 편이 좋겠군. 그들은 너희의 생각보다 피해에서 더 절실하다.
It's La Mancha. We have some IDs. We have some La Mancha IDs. I see. Oh, we have this idea. Ha. So that's where it's from. She's just straight up vampire now. All right. We have that to look forward to. Oh, that was cool. That was super cool. All right, everyone. Thank you again for joining us for this extended stream. I really need to sleep. I need to wake up. But thank you for being here. For, well, two things. Chronos, the new Dawn. That was fun. I really had fun with that game. Made us really think about, again, like what it means to be human, our sense of identity, what really constitutes us being human, transference of consciousness, and all that kind of good stuff that you get in stories like Soma and whatnot. That was really cool. I don't know if I'll play the DLC though. I'll wait for reviews. And well, we were able to sneak in a cheeky Limbus Company stream. And now we're ready for Canto 7. We will announce on our relevant socials on what game is going to replace, like what we're going to play next after. The next big game we're going to play after Chronos the New Dawn. But for our live service section, when I do have family visiting over, so I may not be able to do too many off-schedule streams, but when possible, we'll also be jumping back into our live service games, which recently got updated. That is, there's a new character, funnily also related to blood and vampires and blood fiends. Camille, just released on Arknight's Enfield. So more vampire stuff. Arknight's Enfield, Camille, Vampire Boy, and a story. Then we have 4 family to play with you. 4 family to play with you, I wish. Speaking of family and companions, we should also be checking out Where Winds Meet for the additional content, the pets, the companions, the quest tied to the rebuilding of Blissful Retreat. So I might look into that as well. I think Wuthering Waves just had a 3.5 broadcast this Friday's. Today was the Wuthering Waves 3.5 broadcast. So their update should be coming in a week or so. Maybe 2 weeks from now. I forget the pattern, but yeah, definitely not next week yet. So yeah, we'll leave it at that. Let's find someone to raid. Again, I hope this new tracking setup. I don't know why it died at the end there, but to be fair, we did stream for like almost 8 hours. So it is the phone connected on for almost 8 hours straight, and we only lost like connection by the tail end of it. So I like how much more responsive this is. I feel like it's more one-to-one for me. And I'll have to check the VOD if this new mic setup is also okay. But I hope you enjoyed it as well. Your time with Miku. A bit more expressive now. More 60 frames. More frames. More fun. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. New and old faces alike. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the raid, Denma. Really appreciate it. I hope your Vampire the Masquerade sessions are as eventful and as cool and awesome as what we've experienced with just Don Quixote. That's so cool. All right, we have a lot of people on because it is 4:30 a.m. where I am. So Americans are awake. That's a lot of people. We need to pick one. Okay, anyone we know. Kisumi. Leon's playing Horizon Forbidden West. The Fury's playing XCOM 2. Five Tails playing Umineko. Umineko when? Oh, Cell is playing Hitman, World of Assassination. Sure, let's unwind with more murder. Wait, did we raid Cell last time? Who did he raid last time, chat? I don't even remember. I will leave you in the care of Cell as she murders people in Hitman. Thank you for being here and testing out this new setup with us. I appreciate each and every one of you. Let's go ahead and raid Cell. Thank you, everyone. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great rest of your day, weekend. Have a great weekend ahead, and I will see you all on the next adventure. Bye-bye.
Thank you.